Okay. You guys had me convinced it was Tuesday for a second. Horace, thanks for subbing. Thanks for the gift. Bay, thanks for the re-up. Major Miracle, thanks for gifting. Serve, thanks for the re-up. 11 months. Wow. Good morning? It's 5 p.m. It better fucking not be good morning in America. If you live in other places, then that's okay. It's 8 a.m.? Well... America, yeah, yeah? Okay, well. Here we are today. How's everyone doing? Let's abolish time zones? Honestly? Like, would it really matter? Tired? Stay at home from work? Sore from gym? Me too. My legs are oofy ouchy today. Nearly died on the leg press. The damn crusher nearly crushed me. It was over. I didn't actually come close, but it always hurts. Oh, it always hurts. I had blunder on today, then I had donut. Honestly, that's a pretty good give and take. Redesigning my VTuber? Okay. That's a lot of work. Floof check. I watched it earlier, and this is how it's like. Hello, Tiffy. Subtle flex? Where? What was I flex? Wait, like literally? Because I wasn't. That's just how my arms look now. I'm pretty powerful. Be careful. I could end any one of you easily, in fact. Speaks! Thanks for the 5 gifted speaks. It's always fun when we have you around. I know you're busy, so you can't always be here, but it's always fun when you're here. Overwatch 2 Season 12 teases Frostmourne in Overwatch. I mean, there are Warcraft skins already, but like Frostmourne? Is there like gonna be like some kind of skin, or is it part of a map? No, because that looks like an existing map. I swear to God, if they make a Lich King Arthas skin, why does not Arth a Lich King Arthas Reinhardt skin? That would be weird. I don't know. Reinhardt gets every skin because they somehow have one melee character in the whole fucking game. So if it's a melee-based character, he gets the skin every time. I mean, he wouldn't be a good Lich King, but none of the fucking characters would make a good Arthas. What if they just make Arthas a hero? Just like straight up, it's just Arthas, and it's not a skin at all. And he's just there. Also, do I seem quiet? My bar seems slightly lower than normal. Maybe here? Oh, that's better. That's better. I need to remember to move it a little bit closer to my face. You gotta eat these microphones, people. Eat them. Okay, well, I mean, I guess we'll go over to the painting desk. There isn't too much to do over here. Bro, I'm so hyped for Monster Hunter Wilds. I'm so hyped for it. Every weapon trailer they do looks epic. Everything looks epic. Okay, well. When will it be released? Next year. My guess is April. We'll see how right I am on that. But my guess is April. My guess is April. Okay, well. See you guys in a moment. Behave. Okay. I am pretty sure I didn't forget a single thing, which this might be the first time ever. I have my water, that's fresh. I have my paper towel that's fresh. I have my camera that I'm moving by accident. I have my chat. My microphone works. Like I think I have everything. Okay, well. Let's take my headphones off, because I don't need these. Let's take my glasses off, because I don't need those either. To start, just a couple of things we can look at. I think it was Nova wanted to see this the other day, and I forgot to show it. So here's that one limited edition Warhammer Plus subscription from 2022. The Vindicare Assassin in the blown out, looks like Saint Celestine statue. Yup, it's a really cool mini. He's just kind of perched up there. I always thought it was Vindicare, but it is Vindicare, because they're very Latin, the Imperium. He kind of caked up. It's a cool mini. It was exclusively only available via Warhammer Plus, and unless you get it secondhand, it still is. You have to subscribe to Warhammer Plus, I believe. I'm not even sure if you can still get it that way. Every year, if you're subscribed for the full year, you get a choice of an exclusive mini. One for Age of Sigmar and one for 40k. The first one was this one. Last year's 40k was that World Eater guy. The Age of Sigmar ones, there was a Chaos Sorceress with a bunch of familiars, and I think it was a Vampire Lady? No, the Vampire Lady's this year. The first one was the Auric War Boss, I believe. Some kind of Iron Jaws model. But yeah, it's a cool little mini diorama guy. It looks cool. So yeah, now that I have him out and in the cabinet, he has to get primed. Things don't go in the cabinet unless they're at least primed. So I gotta prime him now, which means he'll be in queue for being painted. Really not all that hard of a model to paint. Because he's very tiny. It's just the superstructure that would be hard. So he can go away now. And then yesterday I painted a model off stream, and here's that one. It is the Primaris Judiciar. He'd been primed a long time, and now he's done. He's got his little hourglass, his executioner's sword. He's got his decal. All of, his nice yellow armor. I think the robe turned out pretty good. It looks nice and leathery. Yeah, his eyes are dotted very epically. I didn't make a mess at all, actually. Dang. I did a good job on those eyeballs, those peepers. Yeah. So the Primaris Judiciar. Besides that, that was all I did as far as hobbying off camera. But yeah, I like him a lot. He's a model I've always liked. He got lampooned when he came out. People didn't like the head. They were like, wow, man, it's like a weird bald head. Like, why does it look like that? I don't know. I think it looks cool. It's like a skull with a mask over the mouth. People didn't like it. This thing commonly, everyone loves this model, but they almost always replace the mouth, the head rather. They put an entirely new head on it. And I think that's lame, because I think this head is very cool and unique, and he's the only one that has it. Looks kind of undecorated. That's kind of the point. This guy's, the lore of the Judiciars is they're chaplains in training, I believe. So, like, he shouldn't have the normal chaplain, like, skull-faced helmet. Like, he has, like, a mask instead. I don't know. The decal, I put on a normal decal at first. Like a normal Imperial Fist one. So you can see I haven't varnished it yet because of how shiny that is. But I didn't like the way it looked, so I painted over it and put this one on instead. Because of the way the shoulder pad is, with like this little kind of like indent on it with the skull inset, the normal circle didn't look right in that shape. So I put this one, which is still circular, but is a bit less obviously circular, and I think it looks better than the normal one. So, yeah. Wasted a decal, but it was worth it. So yeah, that's the Judiciar. I think he looks really good, even from like this close. And then obviously from like this close, he looks epic, very good. And I guess we'll go into the model that we are painting today. I'm a little scared of this one. But we're gonna go for it. Here he is. From the World Eaters, the World Eaters range refresh. This is Lord Invocatus, on his Skull Crusher. Yeah, there's a lot going on with this model, so we'll see how it goes. It's got a big dynamic pose. It's like in the middle of a charge. He's riding on top. He's got his chain axe. He's got his flowy mane. The Skull Crusher has a chainsaw horn. They normally don't have chainsaw horns. He's special, so he gets to have one. Because I think this could alternatively be built as Chaos Lord on Skull Crusher, and it's more normal. It just has like a small little horn, kind of a shovel horn. And I think the Chaos Lord isn't as dynamically posed, and the Skull Crusher is like stepping instead of like jumping. Yeah. Lord Invocatus. Is it primed already? Oh yes. This is Wraithbone Primer, I believe. Though this was a weirdly tan Wraithbone, isn't it? It looks very tan. But this is also Wraithbone. So maybe this wasn't Wraithbone. Maybe I'm misremembering, because I primed this like over a year ago. But it is primed. But I want to say it was Wraithbone. Maybe it was not. Maybe it wasn't Xandri Dust. Unless it was? Was it Xandri Dust? No. Let's get one of the guardsmen out. There's Xandri Dust. I wonder if it's like an army painter tan, and that's what I used. Okay, no, it's definitely not Xandri Dust either. Because this is Xandri Dust. So, who knows what I primed this guy in? Who knows? Who knows what I primed him in? I'm serious, like it was over a year ago when I primed this guy. So, who knows? Okay. I'm gonna get a reference image up on my phone that I can check intermittently. We're not gonna follow his scheme exactly, because it wants his Blood Crusher or his Skull Crusher, whatever, to be black. But I think I might make it a dark red instead. I don't really like the black. It contrasts too heavily with the bright red of his armor. Yeah, it wants him to look like this. I think your attention is split too much that way. Post in Discord? Oh my god, you are the neediest guys alive. Can't even search Lord Invocatus by yourself. You can definitely spell it, right? There it is. Okay. So he's bright red, he's brass. The beast also has brass trim. Well, I think we'll make it dark red instead of the black, but keep most other things the same. They seem intimidating, but really it's just a lot of trim work. We didn't buy it on the throne, so it's not accessible. Yeah, I bought this myself. Okay. I think I'll try to be smart about this, and let's just try to do the entire mount first, and then as like a warm-up, and then try to do him after that. I'm noticing like a really, like why did Pastor Reese do this? You see this? Pastor Reese, what's going on with you? That's like a sprue connection? Some kind of doofus? I don't know. I mean, the problem is now, if I trim this down, which I easily could, I don't know what I prime this guy in. So, like, what... The under painting will be a different color. Do I care about that thing? I kinda do. Here goes. I don't know what he was up to, Pastor Reese. It's one thing to leave a little bit of a connection, but that was like a whole fucking big thing. And you can see now that it's bare plastic, it's nice and smooth now. But now it's bare plastic, that's the problem. So now I have to decide what I paint that as. I think I'm gonna mix Xandri dust and Wraithbone, and that will be what we paint it as. We only need a little bit of the paint, honestly, but it'll do good enough. Honestly, that's a pretty good color match looking at it on the palette. Looks like Wraithbone that's been yellowed over time. I don't know if it works that way, but if it does, then yeah, it could be. Good enough. Good enough. As long as it's not gray. But not having primer affect anything other than how the top coat looks, it would be less resilient as far as staying on the model. But like, where's Angron? Like, did Angron change color? I don't know if these guys were ever Wraithbone. Not Angron. Let's look at someone else. I'll be back in a second. So looking at something else that I primed in the same batch, it also is this color, but the finish doesn't feel weird, it's just this color. So they might have been primed this way? This is a World Eater Berserker. He's also this kind of deep tan. I'm not sure if anything happened. This literally could be the normal color. I just don't remember not priming them in Wraithbone. But it could be like an Army Painter like tan. You know? Something called like Army Painter like khaki or something. How's the painting? We just started. But yeah, that's a color match that's good enough. So that's what we will use. Doubt I could use this handle. What if I put them in sideways? Does it work like that? I meant to, and I'm kicking myself for not doing it. When I was at Games Workshop, When I was at Games Workshop the other day, I meant to buy one of the big painting handles for big things, because I'm tired of having to hold stuff like this. But it looks like I'm gonna have to hold shit like this. Oh well. Dang, I could use a sip. Sounding awfully yummy in that paint pot. Can't convince me that's not juice. So I think the beast is going to be a different color than the rest of him, but it's not going to be a drastically different color. It's going to be Flesh Tear's red, and I think he's going to be ball red. Cool mini? Yes, this is Lord Invocatus of the updated World Eaters range. I believe in the lore, his Blood Crusher can fly. It's like Ghost Rider, like it has like fire and stuff too. I'm not really caring if I get any red paint on the trim, because it's all gonna get covered up. The stuff that I'm worrying about is just getting complete coverage of the plates. I like this Flesh Tear's red. It's a nice deep red. It's not as saturated as ball red, but it is still very red. The World Eaters are a very red army. In some ways even more red than like the Blood Angels. The World Eaters are just red. Like they don't have a secondary color. Like you could argue the brass is kind of their secondary color. But like metallics, I don't really count them as part of the scheme, you know? If anyone was here for the Dreadnought painting, I feel like this will have a similar length of time. This is a pretty big model. It's got a lot of details. We're gonna be here for a minute today, guys. So buckle up. It's going on a bit transparent. You're gonna do a second coat? Yup. Contrast paints require 2 coats usually. But you want to let the first one dry before you put on a second. Because you'll disturb the film of the first layer. And it'll make tide marks, which are unseemly. Honestly, I might get canceled by the actual painters in here. I don't really mind a slightly uneven paint job. It gives them a kind of honesty in their look. Like, yep, this is painted by a man, you know? Because Because I have no preconceptions about being some kind of competition painter, you know? The issue now is when I'm going to be referencing the model, it's going to be really hard to tell, like the box art that is, what's black because it's black and what's black because it's armor. Because the base model is not red, obviously. As I've said, we are deviating. So, we're gonna have to make that decision as we get to it. Trying to get a weird little nook back here. Everyone at Golden Demon's gonna judge me when I enter this? Yeah, judge me epically. Like, damn, this guy's pretty good. They'd say, dang, white boy, you pretty good, but everyone at Golden Demon's also white. Warhammer is a very white hobby. I think that's because it was, you know, it's from the UK. That's where it's biggest. And they're, like, very white. And also, it's, like, a very expensive hobby, which limits the kind of people that can play and collect. It gets kind of boring sometimes because all the people are the same in the hobby. There isn't a lot of diversity. There are very few women that are openly in the hobby. There are very few non-white people. Very little exposed flesh. I'm not sure if there's any flesh on this thing. I'm pretty sure it's a demon engine. A demonic spirit put into a machine. White people yearn for the $45 plastic figures. Literally true. It's a very frivolous thing. Because it's not a very practical hobby. You don't really gain any kind of monetizable skills easily unless you're going to, like, become a commission painter or something, you know? But yeah, I am pretty sure that this thing's a demon engine, so I don't think it has flesh. I think it can feel through, like it's alive, but like it, you know, it's not supposed to be. It is, as we would call, an unholy abomination. Historical reenactments are also typically white things. Yup. Again, predominantly in the UK. One of the big Warhammer personalities who used to do, like, the painting tutorials on Games Workshop's site is a big historical reenactment guy too. He has, like, a whole suit of armor and everything. I mean, there are many historical and cultural reasons why that's probably a very white hobby, but yeah. Again, you can't really be very clean when you're trying to go around all the trim, so again, I'm just not even trying. The important part is getting the red everywhere. The metallics will cover it up. Metallics, as long as you have good ones, are very powerful. So it's not going to be a big deal. There are all kinds of little crannies that I'm trying to reach into. You see how it's so saturated when it's wet, but it's drying a little dark? That's what we wanted, that dark. Because the very saturated color is the color he's gonna be, the writer. I'd say the painting and layering could translate well to portrait painting. Yeah. But again, I've spoken out before. I am very anti monetizing your hobbies. Like, I don't stream this because you guys are chomping at the bit to give me donations or buy me minis, though that's always fun to hang out with you guys. I stream this because it keeps me honest, it keeps me accountable, and it keeps me consistent. So, like, because again, especially recently, I'll go live and be like, okay, here's what I painted off stream, because I want to paint off stream. It's my hobby. You know, I love my parents and my grandparents, but every time I talk to them about this, oh wow, these are really good. How could you make money off of it? I don't want to. No, I don't want to take commissions. No, I don't want to, you know, sell my painted minis. I do this for myself. It's fun. It makes me sad because it makes me feel like they never did anything for themselves. Which is categorically untrue, but I think maybe they forget how. I'm gonna go check the reference. I'm gonna open it up on the website, and there's a 3D, you can rotate it too. They have 3D scans of the finished box art that you can rotate and mess around with. So I want to try to, if it'll work on my mobile, to rotate it around and see underneath it. Okay, as I suspected, these rib plates are armor colored, but its like waist is metal, its musculature is metal. Okay. That's not bad. That makes it easy, actually, making all of that red. Its booty is red. Good, good. Okay, we're so far so good. Rotate the minis in your mind? Yeah. My family supports me collecting Warhammer minis. They like me having a hobby, but they want me to make money off of it, because to them there isn't any point in doing something if it doesn't make you money. And I think it's just a fundamental kind of disconnect between the younger generations and the older ones. I imagine it was the same when they were kids, but they've just forgotten. They've forgotten, but it's a tale as old as time. We are not the first who want to keep our hobbies to ourselves. Went to Costco today. Landon took Connor and I because Landon has a membership and we do not. Costco is very good. But I do have a question about Costco, and maybe you Costco heads in here, if there are any, will be able to answer it. I got some pizza. Landon got the hot dog. but I regretted getting the pizza as soon as I remembered the hot dog was kind of the thing to do. But I was really craving pizza. It's been a while since I've had pizza. Here's my question about Costco, okay? Why does it double as a retirement home? And y'all know what I mean by that. I swear the median age of a person in Costco has got to be like 53. Old people got money, but I thought the whole point of Costco was that it was supposed to be expensive up front because you have a membership, but then you actually save money because you can buy things in bulk. Like, maybe I have a preconception about class, but I kind of feel like buying things cheaply in bulk is a poorer person thing to do. And then rich people buy things a la carte because they can afford to. But it's predominantly like old white people in Costco. I don't understand. Rich people still want to have money? I guess so. What's the point of being like a cost saver when you have $1 zillion? You're pinching pennies? Sir, you make $400,000 a year. I know more rich people that have Costco memberships than poor people. No, I think that's true. I think that's a correct statement and a correct like truth. I just don't really understand why. Because I feel like Costco isn't made for rich people. The hot dog's a fucking $1.50. Maybe it used to be a cost saver, but with the past 5 years I started to view it more as a luxury. It does weirdly feel that way. But $200 worth of stuff that'll take a year to use up, isn't that ideal for like a lower middle class or poorer family? We can buy the entire year's worth at like a 30-40% discount. But I guess maybe it's a lot to ask for up front, and so that's kind of prohibitively expensive. How much is a membership? I think it's $60. I don't know. They don't say how often. But they did have the sign up saying 60. $60 a year? Oh, that's not bad. At least I don't think so. But I know a lot of us are subscription pilled, where we think of subscriptions very toxically. Like, I probably have like $100 of subscriptions a month without Costco. You know, I have a few Patreon for minis and other like YouTubers that I support. I have World of Warcraft. I have my student loan, which is a subscription. I have what else do I have? I don't really have Netflix anymore, or Disney Plus, or any of those at least. And maybe it's closer to $60 a month. I have the various OnlyFans creators, you know, gotta have those. Gotta have those. He's coming along. Just the essentials, always. I have a couple YouTube memberships. Like, I literally think a couple. I think I have Momosuzu Nene and one other. I think that might be it, though, as far as things that I'm subscribed to. I do try to keep it to a minimum. But again, the thing is, what's a minimum? It's funny, because now we were talking about age and class. We're the opposite. To us, a few subscriptions is fine. To my parents, if they're paying like $10 a month for literally one thing, it's the end of the world. It's like, damn, they raised the price of Netflix to $13. How many other subscriptions do you have? 0? Well, then isn't that really that much of a problem? Like, I'll turn my nose up as a price hike as like anyone, but like, I don't know what it is about older people. They hate subscriptions. They hate it. I think it's because it's harder for them to keep track of it. But with today's sponsor, Rocket Money, it's become easier than ever. Rocket Money will even cancel subscriptions for you. Rocket Money, send me a sponsorship. I've seen enough of your sponsorship ads that I could probably do one myself. They don't like the cloud either. Though strangely, old people, and I've noticed this in my parents too, they like AI. They like AI, and I'm not really sure why. They never liked the cloud because it's some kind of decentralized, unregulated, unsafe, amorphous thing. But they like AI. And I think the things they thought the cloud was are actually true about AI. So it's bizarre to see a lot of older people like really like AI. Guys, they grew up with Terminator. How are they the ones that are all for it? They know the stakes. I feel like it comes out of a lack of understanding. Oh, it definitely does, but like I feel like it... I don't know, they didn't understand the cloud either. The other thing I dislike about not having the big painting handle is it's a lot harder to keep it in frame. Because like the fulcrum for me, for where it shows up, is in my palm and not the bottom of the handle. So it's a lot harder to keep it up here. It's alright. Country girls make do. I saw something going around on Twitter today. AI relevant. Is, like Grok can, like, generate images for you now. Or maybe people have discovered it can. And it's, like, completely, like, fucking unregulated. Like, doing insane things. Like, people are generating insane images of Elon Musk using Grok. I've seen some very offensive things. On the tamer end, I'm seeing them do, like, you know, Pokemon with, like, assault rifles and doing drugs and stuff, but obviously Nintendo would never. So, like, Nintendo will come for their ass the second it gets out that they can make those images, that anyone can make those images, you know? Trying to get underneath the collar. Yeah, I think there's definitely no safeguards in the AI generation for images. I've seen some wild things. Before I went live, I was like looking through it all. Some stuff about, you know, like 9/11 things, dead people, all kinds of stuff. Dude, the chainsword horn on this thing makes so much sense. It's kind of wild that this is like the first time I've seen them do that. Like, of course, a blood crusher would have a chainsword on its nose. Is its bottom jaw armor colored? The top of its head is armor colored, but what about this bottom jaw? Especially because the older generation is helpless against AI. I think that is insane that they are, but it's true, they are. They can't tell when things are edited or let alone AI generated. The bottom jaw is armor colored. Anything else that's armor colored that I'm missing? Nothing that I can obviously see. Like, maybe some of y'all saw it. On Twitter a week or two ago, there was a video of some guy doing parkour with his dog in the backyard. And the dog was, like, jumping off of a trampoline, like, on top of him. And there was a point where the dog is sitting on a seesaw, and then he jumps on the other end as hard as he can and sends the dog what appears to be 40 feet in the air. That didn't happen. You did not descend that dog that high. But, like, one of my family members sent it to me on Facebook, and they were like, yo, look at this, that's crazy, look how much height it got. It didn't. That didn't happen. There is no way that that is real. None. Oh, would someone send that? I mean, like, he catches the dog. But it's like, doing parkour in the backyard with my dog. It's like, oh, look, it jumps on the trampoline onto me and stuff. Like, we're jumping around, we're roughhousing. And look, we're on the seesaw. And then, like, he fucking sends the dog, like, out of frame at, like, 80 miles an hour off that damn seesaw. And then catches it like it was nothing. It's like, that is not real. That is not real. That couldn't happen. You couldn't catch the dog and have you both be uninjured at the speed and height at which that appeared to get. And they're like, are you sure? It looks very real. I'm like, yes, it does look very real. But use your brain for 1 second. I didn't say that to them, but it's like, just think for 1 second. Even though it looks real, could this physically make sense? Like, do physics allow this to be real? And I think you will find that the answer is no. A golden retriever could not get that much air off of a normally weighted man jumping 2 feet in the air onto a seesaw. It's just not happening. And let alone is said man then catching it with his unassisted arms and have both of them be completely uninjured. No. No, it wasn't a small dog. It was a golden retriever. I wanted to check his hooves. Are they armor colored? No, it has them silver. Okay. So the armor on this guy's looking pretty good. I think we'll try to do all the silver musculature now. There's a spot I missed. Inside the triangle, inside the coordinate symbol. Did I get the other one? Yes. Any other obvious spots that I missed? I can always go back, but I'm going to look now. Nothing that is sticking out to me. We got his undercarriage. We got his sternum. We got the front plates on his legs and shins. There's a spot right here. I could use a bit more paint. Okay. No, I love golden retrievers. I know they are supposedly smart, but they are always... It's like they don't use their powers for evil. I think they are smart, but like they just are just low intelligence. Or low wisdom, maybe? Or maybe it's high wisdom, low intelligence. Where they're like really smart situationally, but like they don't... You know, they're not like using their brain to solve puzzles. They're using it to like fucking be the best dog ever. Yeah, I love Goldens. If I don't get a wiener dog, I would love to get a golden retriever. Very sweet, very cute dogs. So all of like the corded metallic like metal musculature is just gonna be silver under here. And you know, like you can see it here, like on his shin, it's a bunch of corded cables and metal. I believe this is going to be maybe the most no, the trim will be the most time consuming part, but we'll see if we can't speed that up. But this part too is going to take a while, I think. Painting this, these metallics. His whole little bum, his whole inner thighs are all muscle. So they get this color. I wonder if his blood crusher is named. Do you think he's named it? They like to name mounts in the lore. Like Archaon's big dragon has a name. So like maybe this thing has a name. But I guess Archaon's big dragon is a little bit more imposing and impressive than this thing. Just a little bit. I like that the metal, the robotic bits they imitate like actual musculature. It looks cool. It's how you know this thing is like unnatural. Like it's not a normal robot. It's a demon engine. It's been like molded and like birthed almost as much as it was built. What is the name of Archaon's dragon? I think it's like Dragar? Dragar? His three-headed dragon. It does a little trolling. Dragar. You can see with this color starting to go on, or we're starting to block it out. You can see how this thing's epic. This thing is so cool. When the new World Eaters range came out, I knew I had to have this guy. He's so cool. And then I excitedly built him the very first day and primed him that night, and then he sat on a shelf for a year and a half. How could I, bro? Not Lord Invocatus. He deserves better. But better late than never. But again, I didn't have anyone keeping me. It was so hard to, and kind of lonely to just hobby in a vacuum, because I don't know anyone who does it. And I know it's like, oh man, just go meet some people at the local Games Workshop. With all the compassion and empathy I can muster, the average person in a Games Workshop is not someone that I think I could be super good friends with. We share a hobby, and I think that might be it. And I think you might need to share a little bit more than that sometimes, you know? Like perhaps wealth class and ideas about how the world should be. Maybe not being a Nazi. That's also important, I think, to being my friend. It sucks because the people who do this hobby get like a really bad rap, and then you see people like, if you guys will allow me to even put myself in the same category, like me and like Henry Cavill, and it's like, wait, these are just normal dudes. They go to the gym. They shower every day. You know, normal people are in this hobby. We all just get drowned out by the non-normal people in the hobby. The ones who think the Imperium is not satire and is in fact laudable. I always mention that, and I think it's so funny and so insane. But then you look at reality and you see what people think is a good way to run, like America, for example, and it's like, wait a second. It might be better to at least think the Imperium is laudable rather than thinking that America should be like the Imperium, you know? The unfeeling, fascist, military-industrial hellscape that is the Imperium. Make no mistake. It is hell, and it's supposed to be. Got a hair in my eyeball. Because I wash my hair, it's a little fluffy, and it's like... I know I got my hair cut pretty recently, but I almost feel like I need to go get it cut again pretty soon. Like, I'm gonna have to start getting, like tri-weekly, like, weed whacking sessions. And I'm not worrying too much if this metallic is a little spotty in a couple places, because it's all going to get drowned in Nuln Oil, which will really help with the coverage. So I'm not that worried. The important part is that I get a moderately good coat. Hello, Seguo. I know, it's been a while since I've seen you. I think seen you or Dusk. I really want to paint some more World Eaters. Was getting the World Eaters mood. Thought I put enough paint on my palette. I put a lot of silver on there, but this guy has a lot to cover. So I'm gonna have to get more. I think I did a really good job not making a mess of the silver everywhere. Though he's segmented and, like, I guess compartmentalized pretty well. I'd be hard pressed to get the silver somewhere it's not supposed to be. A little bit more, and then I need to get more on my palette. Then it also doesn't help that it's so reflective that in some of the shadows it looks like they're still red. But it's not that they're still red, it's that it's reflecting the armor plates. So it's hard to tell. Even though we're not swapping colors, we're going to wash our brush, because it is just good practice to wash your brush. You and Dusk are both just really busy. Well, if you gotta lock in for sure. Hope I'm doing well. I'm doing pretty good. Pretty good. Gonna have to be a bit more careful here because we're doing the collar. I have to do a couple coats. The shape of this collar is having the paint kind of run off the edges. So we're definitely going to have to do a couple coats. You can tell just looking at it. You can really see a lot of the edges and stuff. The paint's just flowing right off. Because it is very round. And this paint is very well thinned. This fucking model is so much trim. We're gonna find out how resilient my mental is when we move to the brass. When we start doing brass, we'll find out what kind of man I really am. The design is peak. It's really good. The corn aesthetic is really good. Places where I'm trying to get to his neck. Like if it's a flexible piece, it's silver. Legs, necks, butts, tummies. Am I doing non-metallic metal brass or the brass and metallic out of bottle? I'm probably going to use it out of bottle. I am not a good enough painter to be able to confidently do non-metallic. Non-metallic metal is just too much for me. I find, at least unless you're really, really skilled, for it to not be worth the pain in the ass. And NMM is just too much. It's too much. So it'll be either out of a bottle or out of a Sharpie. We'll see if the Sharpies are still good. It's been a while since I've used them. Hello, Dusk. You should try doing it sometime as an experiment. Oh god. I'd have to start studying fucking values. Like I feel like with NMM, you like almost have to start taking like an actual art course. Understand how light reflects and like what light looks like on different shapes. For those who aren't really following, non-metallic metal is the technique of painting the light on. Instead of using a metallic paint, you use normal paint and you paint it to look reflective and shiny using different colors. It's when it stops being mini painting and starts being an art form pretty fast once you get into non-metallic metal. Trying to get under his collar. Make a little bit of a mess, that's okay. I would wing it to see what happens, don't have to be perfect. You're right. You're right. Of course. But it's not really a technique that I've found like that much. Like I haven't really been drawn to it as a technique. I've never like seen it and been like, dang, I want to do that a lot. Like it's one of those things where it's like maybe if I have like really want to go like Ultra Instinct above and beyond, you know, Super Saiyan 3, then maybe one day I'll try it. But for now, I am content with my battle ready paints. We're almost done with the silver, at least on the beast, I think. Getting pretty close, anyway. I think its teeth and gums are probably silver. Because again, if it's flexible, it's silver. Again, if we made a mess, which on areas like this we're gonna, we can just clean it up later. Trying to get in his mouth and stuff. Underneath this saddle, you can see his, like, waist. Gotta get some silver in there. Here, Essie, have you seen anyone try to paint minis in a cartoony style with thick black borders? Oh, all the time. If you want to be a bit uneducated and call that maybe like the cel-shaded or like Borderlands style, people love doing that. Bye, Rotten Ballad. Okay, we will call that silver good enough for now. We will do more later if we have to. But I think I've done a bad job. Missed the shoulder join. I don't think you can see the other one. Oh, you can. Okay, other than that, I think I did a good job getting them all. Fuck this Lord Invocatus life, I know. Okay, so here's the part where we find out if my Sharpies are still good. Or if I could even find them. They should be here, though. Aha! Shake up your Sharpie. I was recommended to this on the World Eaters subreddit. Because it's like, dang, look at all this bullshit trim. It sure would be really hard to paint. And you can just kind of like... Oh, it's not terrible, actually. My Sharpie's not awful. And once you varnish the model, it'll all just stay on. You're not going to rub it off. So you can see there on the shoulder, that worked pretty good. It seems a bit dry, the Sharpie, but it's working for now. And I won't only use the Sharpie, but it's a really good way to base coat these things without taking 70 years. So I can base coat them with the Sharpie and then go over them and shore them up with paint and shade. Next time I'm at Hobby Lobby or Michael's or something, I should buy another pack of these though. This guy's seeming a little dry, but he's working for now. He didn't get that much use, but he's been sitting a long time, and that's the problem. But look how much easier that is than using a paintbrush. This is very good. And it's the color you want too. It's this kind of deep bronze. So it's like an exact color match of what you want. And it's so much faster and easier. And it's you know, it's ink, so like it flows if you run it over something. So it's really not that bad, even on these weird shapes like this world inside of teeth. And you really only need to do one coat. Because again, it's metallic ink, and metallics are very powerful. They are broken. They forgot to balance them. When creating hobby tools, they created metallics and forgot to balance them. They are completely broken. The only issue with the Sharpie is it's got a fat nose. So if I need to get anywhere really hard, it's just not going to work. But like on the broad strokes, this shit really works. And it doesn't really leave like any lines or anything once it dries. It goes on smooth. As long as you don't fuss with it with like water or any fucking medium or whatever. See, and it's not perfect by any means, but like, if you look at this one that's been Sharpied, there's some areas where the red didn't go all the way in, so that's the red's fault, not the Sharpie's fault. And then, so you look at this side with the Sharpie, and then this side without it. Like, you can really see how well it did covering. Like, it worked fine. Are you gonna go back in with capillary action and fill in the tiny grooves? Yep. It'll all get done, but the Sharpie's just doing like 90% of the bronze work for us, and then we will come in after and finish up. But this would actually take hours. Like, what pen is that? This is just a Sharpie permanent marker. It literally, they just sell them in packs. There's a Sharpie 3-pack metallic ones. There's a gold, a bronze, and a silver one in a 3-pack. You can probably find them at any hobby store or art store. Michael's, Hobby Lobby. You can get them on Amazon, I know that. But if you are painting Chaos, these are like a must-have, because Chaos are full of bullshit trim. This would actually take so long with the brush. Yeah, this is a Sharpie metallic bronze one. Yeah, I'm sure you could get them at like any. Hell, you might even be able to find them at grocery stores in like the school supply section, like if it's back to school season. But yeah, I'm sure Staples has them too. But it works really well. I was shocked at how well it works when I had first gotten it, because I got them on a whim, because it was like, oh, well, you know, I painted one of these World Eaters, and it took me 2 hours just to do the trim. And it was so not fun and awful. Surely there's a better way. And I went on like the World Eaters subreddit, and someone said, bro, get some Sharpies. And everyone was like, bro, I started doing this, and it like changed how fast I can paint my World Eaters. It's like crazy. I don't even know where Chaos got this armor. Because Chaos, they can't get new sets of armor because they're heretics, right? Nobody builds them new armor. They're not part of the Imperium. But like, this was Space Marine armor never looked this way. So what's going on? How'd they do this? Just found a 3-pack on Amazon for $6. Yup. How are we doing today? Good. Heretics do control some Forge Worlds. But do they have the STCs? You know, and something like this corn symbol would be so hard to do. But then I can do it in like 3 seconds with a Sharpie. Because as long as I'm not using a lot of force, it'll just catch the raised area, and then that'll be it. See, and then that's done. That's all that took. This is like so powerful. This is so ridiculous how powerful this is as a tool. Like, hold on, I'm gonna go get some of my World Eaters, and I think I can show you one that I did with a Sharpie and one that I did with a paintbrush. I forgot I moved them. But I did get something else from in there that we can look at that's fun. Okay. So, if memory serves... Yes, okay. They're subtly different, but this guy was done with a paintbrush, and just looking at how small this guy is and all of his trim, I think I even went back over with a Sharpie on this guy. But just look at this stupid mini. Look how much trim there is. It's such horseshit. There's so much everywhere. And it's so small. And it took me like a zillion hours. And in this one, I did with the Sharpie, and come on. And it took way faster. And he has just as much trim. But you know it's the Sharpie based on the color. This one's a little bit more bronzy. Especially like on his chainsword. It's very brassy looking. And then this one's a little lighter in color. But this took like a fraction of the time doing it with the Sharpie. Yeah, I painted these guys a while ago. I have 10 World Eater Berserkers, and I've painted 3. I definitely have to go back and paint more. We'll get some more done. Yeah, the horns, that's like the World Eater specialty, is the horned helmets. That's enough for a kill team? Yep. And then also, what I found in there, the first mini I ever painted. He is a Khorne, I think he's a Skull Taker. But there he is. The first guy I ever painted. He has almost no shades on him. The only metallic is on the sword. I just slopped brown on to get a rusty color. His eyes are dotted very poorly. His base coats are uneven, even for me. He's not even based. But this was the first guy I ever painted. It would be kind of interesting to get another one of these and paint him like today. Because sometimes I don't feel like I've learned that much, but then you like look at this guy and then like compare him to something I painted yesterday, you know? It's like, oh, I have learned some things. But yeah. Pretty sure you can get those guys pretty cheap. Oh, I'm sure. I bet you I could find one on eBay really cheap. A Skull Taker. Back to it. Nothing like a good Sharpieing. Has anyone ever stayed at a Disneyland resort? If so, what were your thoughts, and which one did you stay at? Lid, I wish that was real. I wish that was true. I would have to be your best friend if that was true. I'd laugh at you every time you would mention it, but we'd have to be best friends. I had it. We went with friends who stayed at one. It was one of the cheaper ones. Ugly, garish, full of screaming children. That's awesome. Stayed at the Disneyland California one. It was nice. Food was good. It was stayed at one. Overpriced, hard beds, paper thin walls. That's awesome. I'm like so deeply mad I didn't get to go. Me too. Most thing I've done Disney related was a cruise. I've never done a cruise. I want to do a cruise so bad. They seem conceptually terrible, but like I bet if you can get a really nice one or like one like specific, like I saw, God, what was it? Some kind of Alaskan cruise, and it looked beautiful. It looked so awesome. So I don't know. I kind of want to do one like that. Because I'm not a big, like, sun's out, guns out, let's go to, like, fucking the Bahamas. No, like, an Alaskan cruise sounds awesome. Or, like, maybe some kind of European cruise. Like a Mediterranean. But an Alaskan cruise, like the nature and stuff that I saw was fucking crazy in this video. It was so beautiful. The other nice thing about this Sharpie is if I mess up, it gets covered by paint in like 1 millisecond. This stuff is not very thick at all. Which is why you also have to be careful when applying it, because you don't want to rub it off. It says permanent marker, but that is not true. Though the primer does help. Primer is like very gritty on like the molecular level, so that's why paint and stuff sticks to it, because it's sticky. It has recesses and stuff for it to fill, but like really, really small ones. I don't have any idea what people do on cruises. Float in the pool? I don't know. I don't know either. I've never been on a cruise. But I think my mom's been on one in like the not the Mediterranean, like a Bahamas cruise, some kind of Caribbean cruise. It just didn't seem like it was that awesome. But I'm not really a big like tropics kind of guy, so it's not really made for me anyway. Like, I'm that guy in high school. Beach or mountains? I like mountains better. It's hard to reach this bit on his shin. I'm sorry if it's hard to see. Good enough. Swinger Central? Well, I mean... hold on, maybe I'm in. I don't have anyone to swing, but like, I'm just by myself. Like, is that okay? That's real because the beach is awful. I've just, like, I wouldn't say it's, like, objectively awful, but I've never enjoyed a time at the beach. I like sailing. I like being on a boat. But I don't like being at the beach. Guys, I don't know how a pen works. How does it know to dispense ink? It's obviously pressure based, but like, I'm not using that much pressure. Gravity? Capillary action? Oh shit, my old friend. Should have painted the chains while I had the silver out. Oh well, we'll do them another time. Scared of finding out if I get boat sick, because I used to get car sick a lot. Yeah, I don't know. As someone who never got car sick, I also didn't get seasick. But that's just me. Sharpie's also OP because, like, you gotta, like, learn brush control, but, like, most of us have been using a pen or pencil for, like, you know, a gazillion years. So, like, we don't have to work too hard to get fine control over it. And again, if I'm a little bit messy on this step, it's not that big a deal. It is very easy to cover over this. And also, this thing is saving me about 3 hours worth of time. So if I have to do 10 minutes of cleanup afterwards, that is just fine. Because it cannot be overstated how, like, busted of a technique this is for Chaos Space Marines. Because it hasn't been that long at all, and we have most of the trim done now on the beast. His headdress here has a little bit more of a complex shape, so I think it'll be hard to get all of it with the Sharpie. But we'll just do what we can and then fill it in later with paint. Like how the armor trim looks like Jaws and it's a World Eater? Yeah, like there's the whole World Eater insignia on the shoulder, the planet inside the mouth. And that was always their insignia. They didn't even follow the Chaos before they were called, like, I'm pretty sure, like, back even when they were what was it, like the Warhounds or something, like, they still were, like, crazy. The Emperor didn't think much of it. Goofball. Like, no, they're chill, I promise. Don't worry, Angron. These guys are just for you. Father, his name's Angron. Are you sure he's good to lead? Oh, it's fine. Okay. It turned out great, historically. Like, history will say that the Emperor only made good choices. Should have done the chainsword teeth and the silver while I had it out too. I forgot about those. The world leaders were more chill before they found their Primarch. The nails definitely didn't help, for sure. Angron had some ideas about how they should behave, which is they shouldn't. That was his big idea. He said, what if we were all crazy? And they were like, okay. And then they were all crazy, if you can believe it. They were all very bad. Okay, it looks like we have this divider on the top, and then we're mostly done with the trim. Oh, I missed one of his thigh plates, or shin plates. The thing is that's wild is when I see people paint these guys on YouTube, I never ever see someone mention the Sharpie. I think maybe they see it as like a bad hack. It's like, oh, well, you're not painting. I don't care. I don't care. It looks really good and took me like 10 minutes to do all the trim on this guy. And look at this fucking model. Like it would have taken 70 years to do this without the Sharpie. So get all the way off my back about it, huh? Huh? Warhammer YouTube? But yeah, I never see anyone talk about this hack. And it is a hack, because this is ridiculous how fast this goes and how good it is. And it's cheap. This part I might have to not do the Sharpie on though, because this is not easy for me to reach. I almost just dipped the Sharpie in water. Yeah, time to rinse it off, everybody. Could you use that to paint, like draw on them? Yeah, if you wanted to. It's not a very fine tool. It's a fucking big-ass brush, you know, a big nose Sharpie, but you could draw on them if you wanted. I can't guarantee how well it would go. I've never used it that way. But, I mean, you could try. Okay. If I missed anywhere obvious. I got the shoulder and hip plates. I got the thigh and shin plates. I got the head. I got the feet. Yeah, let's crack out the paint. There was a new pot of this I got the other day. Where did it go? This one? It's this one. Rune Lord Brass, which, as you can see, is not a bad color match for the bronze on the model. So we'll use this to shore up any areas that we couldn't reach. Get a little bit of more water on my brush. It's been a while since it had paint on it. So like areas like that middle divider that we were struggling to reach with the Sharpie, they can have this. And I'll paint half of it with this so you can still see the Sharpie and see actually how good of a color match it is. So this divider here in the center, it's hard to see. This is Sharpie, this is paint. They look identical to me. The part closer to the rider is paint. The part up here is Sharpie. So like you can really just use the, and now it's like, oh, you can even do them side by side. At the front, at the front of that divider, your left side, the left side of it is Sharpie, and then this side is paint. They're side by side now. They're just the same. So Citadel Runelord Brass is basically the exact same color that comes out of the bronze Sharpie. So if you have to fix any mistakes or you can't reach all of it, then just pull this out and it will do the rest. I had to get a new Runelord Brass because I don't know if you guys remember, but my other one was dried out. And also, if anywhere is a little bit not covered by the metallic, you won't notice when it's done. Because after the shade goes over it, it'll look fine. Trying to get his tongue and teeth with the brass color. It's the same fucking color. It's the same. It's wild. It's the same color. Whatever pigment they use in that Sharpie is the same pigment that goes into Runelord Brass. Absolutely. Because they're just the same. And then even if there's a slight color differential, it'll disappear when we shade them. The shading will unify it. I felt like his collar needed brass. So I'm doing like the inner bit of it brass, so it's not just one big silver piece. Lord Invocatus should go a lot faster, like the actual man, because this is the part that was going to take forever, the giant ass fucking blood crusher. Yeah, that looks better like that. Okay, well there's a couple more areas that we need to do on the mount, and then we can start shading. Well, then we finish up base coating, then we fix, and then we shade. He has that chainmail on him that I haven't done yet because I wanted to wait and choose a different color. I was kind of thinking this is really dark copper that I have. Thunderstorm warning, if it doesn't appear, it's because there's been power outage. I wish it stormed here. I miss rain. Here, when we get a storm, it's like, well, that was a storm, and it was like a drizzle back from, like, in Atlanta. This is a bit too red. Where's that other color? If not brazen copper, it was something bronze? Like Talos bronze? Horde bronze? It was Talos. Maybe this color. Maybe I want gold, because Lord Invocatus' trim is going to be brighter, so maybe I want it to match him. Decisions. I don't want it to be silver. I don't want it to be that bronze either. Or the copper. We'll do this. I think this Talos bronze color is fine. It's dark, so it'll stand out. It's got a lot more red in it than the trim. Yeah, that looks good. I made the right choice, always do. Yeah, I remember Chicago was like getting tons of tornadoes and stuff, which is not normal there. I wonder if there's some kind of global climate thing happening? No. There couldn't be. No shot. That's just not real. Wild weather on this earth. I love when you pick a color on a whim and it was the right choice. You know? That's always fun when you're right. It's like a subtly darker copper. It's like I said, it's got a lot more red in it than the trim. The trim is a very cold copper color or bronzy color, and this one's very red. So next to each other they look very different, but then they're not. It's not like a huge departure. How goes it? It's going. There was something I wanted to try, which is a bit of a scary thing. If you look on the model on Warhammer, on the website, it has a very brightly glowing insignia on the World Eaters insignia, and I kind of wanted to try and emulate that, but I kind of feel like I'm not going to be able to without, I don't know. I have a really bright orange, but I don't know how it'll go. I could just put blue in there and make it rusty looking, but we're not going to do that. We're going to be brave. We're going to be brave and ruin this paint job. I just want to put the orange on most of it, and then wash the brush and wick a lot of it away. It also, the orange might work better when the beast itself is black and not red, but I didn't want it to be black, so it's not. And it didn't turn out, so we're just gonna paint over it in bronze. It was worth the attempt. I think I would need white ink and then put orange over the white ink, but I don't have white ink. So back over it goes. Become bronze once more, beast. Maybe I'll just make it look rusty though. I think I do have a rust color. See, that's the thing about this. You can experiment.
do wacky things. Because at the end, it's all just paint. And it's very easy to just paint over stuff. See? I just have to bring the Sharpie back out after this dries, and it'll be right back to how it was before. I do have... Where'd it go? Is it this? No. Is it... What the hell is it? Is it this? Technical paint. Nihilak oxide. Supposed to make rusty color. I think I should probably be sparing with it. Really, Games Workshop, your entire lid just came off. That's not very good for this paint pot. Like copper oxide? Yeah, like a patina, yeah. I want to try to use this sparingly, but I'm not really sure how. I've never used this paint before. It says it's a technical paint, which means it tends to have a weird kind of finish or behavior. I think I'll try to use it like a pin wash, because it seems very watery. So like I'd run it like into the mouth of the World Eater skull there, and then just leave it. And that's all we're gonna do with that for now. And if it turns out okay, then I'll use it in some other areas. But I need to go back to our original red and some Wraithbone and fix a lot of the stuff that we messed up. So especially like on his face, we made a big mess, so gotta fix that. Areas like right here and here. I never painted his nose ring. Why didn't I paint it? I never painted the chains on his chin, his little beard. Why didn't I do that? Anywhere else obvious where I messed up? Down here on his shin. Anywhere else? This shin. There was a whole dot somewhere. Oh, right here. But I'm just going where I'm got some metallics on the armor plates. Only the most obvious places. If there's a little overspill, like somewhere where I can barely see it, I'm not gonna care. But if it's like on the big, you know, flat areas of like the big prominent plates, then I'm definitely gonna go fix it. And it's not a hard fix. Just put a nice solid color that's similar to your primer over the metallic. Might take a couple coats, and then once it's dry, just go over it with your original base coat color. And that's it. It ain't so deep. On his titties, he's got some metallic mess up. Shoulder plates, anything bad? A little bit. If it's just here or there, you tend to not even notice. Like doing a once over on this shoulder plate here, you notice this one right away, but you don't really notice like up here or here, but you notice this one. So like your eye tends to focus on like the most obvious spots, and then it's not that big a deal if you like miss some, because you really won't see them. Like on his horn, he's got a few spots, but again, even this close, come on, even this close, it's not super duper obvious, but really far away, you don't even notice it. but because I'm painting on a camera, it's easy to notice, so I will fix them. And the camera really doesn't want you to see me doing it either. As far as the camera is concerned, I make no mistakes. And then after, while we're waiting for all that to dry, though it probably mostly is already, I'm going to go back with the silver and fix any of those details. And also paint some of the details that I just didn't paint silver for some reason. So, like, areas like this one on his leg, you can see there's a little bit of bronze there under the chainmail. We just cover it up. Now there's not. On the bottoms of his feet. Like, this is, I'm just trying to show you guys, like, the kind of stuff that I'm looking for when I'm fixing. It's not every single obvious, like, every single spot. I'm not trying to make it perfect. I'm just looking in the obvious spots and then fixing those. And that's it. Like, I'm not trying to fix literally everything. I'm not trying to really perfect the model. I'm trying to get it as good as I can get it, and then that'll be it. And as good as I can get it is the things that I personally notice. If I don't notice it, then it really isn't that important. Broad strokes here, broad strokes. Any obvious silver stuff that I need to fix before I just go on. I heard a dog barking like all day yesterday while I was sitting here at my desk painting. While I was painting that the Judiciar. And it was interesting that I heard a dog barking all day because the people that live beneath us, they moved out. So I don't know what dog it was. I think it might be the dog that shares my wall on the second story, but I have never heard her bark ever. Not like when she's at home. She's barked at people outside once. I've heard her bark, but she's generally super well behaved, so I'd be shocked if it was that dog. But I don't know what dog it was. The dog that lives next door, her name is Kai. She's a German Shepherd, and I've met her, and she's very well behaved. She's very young, so when I said hello to her, she jumped up on top of me, but I thought that was fine. But she didn't bark. So, if it was Kai, I'd be very surprised. She's probably like a year old. But she watches us from their balcony all the time and doesn't bark at us. Like when we go out and get in the car, our car is parked directly in front of their apartment, and Kai always likes to watch from the patio, and she never barks. So if it was Kai barking because like the owners were gone, I would be very, very surprised because it just seems out of character for her. I've never heard her do that. I like how the giant beast's fucking chainsaw horn has an exhaust port. Like, it still has to make logical sense. Like, no, this is a giant demon rhinoceros. But it still has to have an exhaust port on its chainsaw horn. Because what if the chainsaw horn overheats? Camera, show them the chainsaw horn exhaust. Thank you. When something bad happened? I don't think so. But I saw them the other week, and it was, oh, hey, this is Kai, right? Because I'd seen Kai and talked to the owner about Kai, but I'd never, like, been up close to Kai. And I'm like, this is Kai, right? Like, is it all right if I come say hi? And I think it was the husband or boyfriend or whatever who was walking her, and he was like, well, she's not very friendly. And she didn't seem standoffish to me. He said, but you're welcome to come say hello. Like, she's not aggressive. She just doesn't really like people. And that dog jumped up on me and started licking my face. I said, this dog is not unfriendly. She put her paws on my shoulder. She wanted to say hi so bad. I don't think she gets to meet new people very often. But Connor, he's not like afraid of dogs, but he's a lot more wary around animals than I am, which is probably will get me killed one day. But it's like, because she barked at me first when she saw us coming by, she barked at me. And I said, oh, hello, Kai. And Connor just kept walking. He got in the car. But I had to stop. I had to say hello to Kai. But it wasn't like you can tell, it wasn't like a, come on. It wasn't like a back off bark. It was like an excited bark. You know? She wasn't scared or like telling me to step off. She was like, yo, what's up? She's just a puppy. She was excited. I'm noticing a spot that I missed with the silver. There's like a piston here underneath his right foot. But yeah, the people who lived beneath us who had the 2 pit bulls, I was wary of those. Those dogs were always tugging on their leash. They were always barking when the owners weren't home. Those dogs I would not ask to say hello to. But Kai is a sweet baby. She's very well taken care of. She's still thin because she's a puppy, but like she's very pretty. She's a beautiful dog. Which is exactly why I wanted to go say hello to her, because I always say hi to her when I see her on the balcony, even if the owners aren't there. So she like knows my voice. She knows what I look like. I always say hi to Kai. Going around fixing. Just covering up all the wraithbone with the flesh tears. Might need a couple coats in some places. That's alright. Leg day beat my ass. I'm fucking sore. And it's not even, the day's not even over yet, and I'm sore. That thing beat the shit out of me today. The fucking leg press, man, that thing is so rough. Squatting is rough too. It's just, fuck, leg day just beats the shit out of me every time. Pitties are sweethearts. People just don't train them. Yeah, like I've not really ever known a pit bull personally. I grew up in a very white suburb, or white and Asian suburb, so not many people had pitties. But I know it's a training thing. There's no such thing as like a, well, that's not necessarily true, but there's not like really, it's a nature versus nurture thing. I'm pretty sure the way a dog is, it's a nurture thing. A pit bull isn't angry innately. They're strong innately, but they're not aggressive innately. But the strength, the people don't know how to deal with it, and then it creates bad patterns. Putting bronze on the underside of his horns that I couldn't get with the Sharpie. Dogs, I think, are just a lot stronger than people give them credit for. Even goofy-ass Crosby's pretty strong. And he only weighs 35 pounds, 32 pounds. He's lost a lot of weight, my mom says. Which is good. It's good that he lost weight. He was fucking huge. I wish they didn't decide to keep calling them pit bulls. Like surely there's like a nice name, like a name that doesn't sound so angry, like they're a fucking fighting dog, which I get is what they were historically in a lot of places, but like pit bull, come on. There's got to be something better. Need a rebrand? Bad. Whoever's doing the PR for pit bulls, you're doing a shit job. But I think they're cute. I like pit bulls. But I can't, it's not the pit bull I don't trust, it's the owner. I don't trust that they've taught their pit bull not to fucking bite people if it feels uncomfortable. It's never a dog's fault that it bites. It's an owner's fault that that's the dog's trained response. It hasn't been taught otherwise. Which is why I wasn't mad at Crosby when he bit me. He was in a situation he isn't commonly in, and I made him uncomfortable. It doesn't matter that I was trying to get an entire ball of aluminum foil out of his mouth, so he didn't swallow it. That's his response. Bitten by chihuahuas? Chihuahuas are goofy. Yeah, they are goofy little dogs, for sure. Just doing a little more fixing and spot coloring with the red, and then we'll move on to shading. I like the way the oxide turned out on the shoulders, so I think I'll do it to the other one once the second coat of bronze is done. Chihuahuas are behavioral issues? Yeah, they just take a lot more work than I think people give them credit for. But like my friend, her Chihuahua, I dog sat him once, and he came to my house and just made himself at home. He was chilling. That dog slept in my bed, and he had never been to our house before. He did not care. Mans was very chill. I got the vibes. I like to think that I hope like dogs can tell that I have good vibes. I'd hope so. I'm just gonna do a little spot stuff with the oxide. I don't really know where to put it, but we'll just put it a little, we'll just kind of dab it around in places, around rivets, chains, any recessed areas, just for some interest on the bronze so it's not all one color. And I'll just be a bit Tehipero random with it, you know? The oxide in the crest looks really good. Yeah, I like the way it turned out, so I'm gonna use it sparingly in other parts too. But sparingly. Little dabs of it here and there. Where it makes sense. Like, I don't think, like, the blade of the horn, like the pointy bits, would have any rust on them. But, like, areas, like, on the crests, that are kind of on indirect areas would probably have some. Chainmail would probably have a little bit. Chaos Space Marines don't get new war gear very often, so it would make sense for them to have some Oxide on their stuff. The Dark Mechanicum is kind of slacking. We'll just say that that amount is good enough. Whatever amount I've just done. And we will not put any more on the model. Just making sure I get a good coat so it's not super faded. Never mind, I want to put some on his head. I've been wanting to get this paint, but I went another time, and it was out. They had none, so it must be a popular paint. There is, going back to that orange, something that I did want to do with it, and I literally forgot until just now what I had. I have ink. White ink. And there was something I wanted to do with it. Inks are very pigmented and very watery. So the thing that you do with inks are the masters of capillary action. So, he has these little ports on his ribs that I want to make bright orange. And I think this is perfect for the ink. So I'll probably get some ink in them and then put orange on top of that. And because it's so watery, as long as I don't overload my brush, I should, theoretically, be able to just do this to it. Whoop. No? What happened to my ink? Why is it like a paint? I shook that shit real good. Do I need more? Because I've seen people use this with capillary action really easy. Maybe my ink is very old. Maybe it's dried up a little bit. It still works fine. It's still very bright white. But, it is not flowing like it should be. That's okay. That is okay. There's an area I missed with the red. We're waiting for that to dry. We'll fix it. Also, the fucking connections that the handles have. I missed that too. Very epic. This is too big a brush for that. Could be that it's thickened over time. Yeah, I think so. The medium's probably dried up just a little bit, so it's a little thicker than it's supposed to be. I really like the way that Oxide came out. It just makes the model a little bit more interesting to look at. There's like the hoops, the rings. Which reminds me, I also didn't do his nose ring. So I have to do that still. I keep talking about it, and I still haven't done the damn nose ring. Why is this flowing so weird? I mean, I guess I'll need 2 coats. But it's really not flowing right. Or rather, it's flowing too much, but I didn't thin this any extra, so... And I dried off my brush, and it's a tiny brush, so it's not like it holds very much water. We'll just do 2 coats. We'll just do 2 coats, it's fine. We'll just wait. We'll just wait and we'll look at them. I know what we'll do while we wait. What color am I using? Quick, what do you think it is? Based on the model we painted so far, what am I painting right now? Looking at this model. Looking at this model, what am I painting right now? Let's go horse! It's the rocks using Gravelord Grey. Good job, horse. When in doubt, it's always Gravelord Grey. Because he's majestically, like, leaping over this rock. So we gotta make sure to paint the rock. And it's a boring thing to paint, so we should do it now. We've just painted a lot of fun stuff. You'd think this model will be unstable, but if memory serves, this entire leg is one piece with the big rock. So you don't have to glue this foot onto the snapping rock there. It's all one piece. Something both normal to want and possible to achieve. True. Guys, I was thinking about the PowerPoint presentations again. I think I'm just going to start doing it. I think maybe... I've been thinking about schedules too. Like next week, but I don't have any schedule, like fucking format. I don't get a lot of fan art, which is fine, but like the schedule, I don't know. But I've been wanting to kind of do schedules, and I want to do like maybe every Friday, or maybe at least once a week, maybe not a designated day, do a PowerPoint or something. They won't be good. I'm not a PowerPoint aficionado. But I can write a report and like lore write up on stuff easy. Do I want schedule art? I haven't fully decided if I'm gonna do a schedule, because let's be honest, I do a lot of the same stuff. It would be okay, Warhammer, okay, Warhammer, okay, Warhammer. Because nothing excites me like doing this. Like, I wanted to play Fields of Mystery the other day, and then I saw Lord Invocatus on my shelf, and I said, it's time. We're painting this guy today. You know? Like, I'm not a variety streamer, and that's okay. But, like, that doesn't... It kind of makes schedules a bit pointless. Call it a researtation. That's such a good idea. But I've been thinking about it. Maybe in the next week I'll try to whip one up, and we'll do a pilot episode to see how it goes. Ink is dry, so now we just gotta put orange. Orange time. Because this thing has like a molten core. That's a World of Warcraft reference. So it would kind of make sense for this to be very bright. And any mess that we make, we can clean up. And I am making a mess. Oh boy. Other epic thing about Chaos Space Marine minis, you don't need to put decals on these. For the most part. Most things do not require decals in Chaos armies. I can wait for that to dry and go over it again. In the meantime, I guess it's null oil time? Question mark. There's a big messy area that I didn't clean up. The middle plate divider. Bye Nova. My man wants cookies. You're running to the store so you can get your man cookies? Good for him. Yummers. Certified Yummers moment. Do you guys ever want to just quote the Joker from The Dark Knight? Or is that just a me and Eyes thing? Because no one loves quoting the Joker like Eyes. Thanks, Lily. I haven't seen it. No. Always. Wow, that's quite a smorgasbord of answers there. In their final moments, people show you who they really are. Do you want to know how many of them were cowards? He was such a little goof. Such a little troll. I'm the Joker, baby. True, that is a good one. A classic Joker line. Okay, we'll say that is good on the orange. We will say that is good enough. If I need to touch it up later, I will. We will now start shading, and we'll start with the silver, because it's the inmost thing. This Nuln Oil, that's Black Templar, get out of my life. This Nuln Oil, yeah. We're having tryouts. Which one of you wants to join our team? He's such a quotable character. I wish he wasn't, I guess, didn't have a huge stigma against him as being like an incel character, because he's really quotable and it's really funny for some reason. It's really fun to quote him. But he's kind of become the champion of the misogynists. Even though I think he might be on screen with a woman once in the whole film. He goes, oh, you got a little fire in ya. I like that. You know? Like a dog chasing a car. I don't know what I'd do if I actually caught one. Eyes can quote, I'm pretty sure, the entire movie. I think if you told him to just start, I think he could start doing the whole movie on command. Eyes is my hero. I haven't spoken to him in a while. I miss him. You never start with the head. It makes them all fuzzy. You could do that for Spider-Man too? Yeah. He's crazy. I come before you today, humbled and humiliated, And I want to ask you one thing. I want you to kill Peter Parker. That is, in context, the most hilarious scene ever. Imagine you're at work, right? And you get outed for being someone who basically faked your entire portfolio. And you're, the very same day after you were fired, you go to a church and pray to God to kill the man who outed you. Humbled and humiliated. And I come to ask for just one thing. I want you to kill. And it's not like he even knew Peter Parker was Spider-Man. He literally just wanted God to kill a rival photographer. A normal man. Fucking wild. Goofball alert. That also turned me religious. It flows like a Simpsons scene. It absolutely does. You know, I know a lot of people have said that the Multiverse of Madness is like a good movie. I didn't like it. But Sam Raimi's Spider-Man movies, those are fucking perfect. Those are awesome. Multiverse of Madness, it's like he was given too much money and he didn't know what to fucking do with it. Because his Spider-Man movies have so much charm and so much character. And Multiverse of Madness, because it's tied to like actual MCU, it's just doo-doo. I'm sorry if you like Multiverse of Madness. I do not. You couldn't do it? Couldn't do what? Think of a Joker line? You want to know how I got these scars? My father was a drinker and a fiend. And one night, he goes off crazier than usual. Mama takes a knife to defend herself, and he doesn't like that. Not one bit. So he takes the knife to her, laughing as he does it. I don't remember the next line. Then he looks at me and asks, "Why so serious?" And he puts the knife in my mouth. "Why so serious?" And then, "Why so serious?" You could probably do a really good Patrick Bateman impression. Patrick Bateman is another amazing character to quote. Amazing. Imagine you're at lunch with your fiance, okay? You're scribbling with crayon on the tablecloth, you murdering 2 women with a chainsaw. She doesn't notice or care. She's just blabbing the whole time. You look up and break up with her right then, okay? And then you get up to leave, and she asks where you're going, and all you have to say is, "I have to return some videotapes." And then you leave. That is an insane scene. That is insane. That film is fucking funny. It's so good. I love that stupid movie. I have to return some videotapes. He's drawing on the tablecloth in crayon of him killing 2 women with a chainsaw. An event that really happened. Patrick, where are you going? I have to return some videotapes. Stupid. Now let's see Paul Allen's card. beautiful thickness of it. The subtle off-white coloring. Oh my god. It even has a watermark. Patrick, what's wrong? You're sweating. If I'm in public and see an out-of-place mirror, I do the flex scene. Let's go. Though I have a slightly better haircut. What a doofus. And again, another film that's kind of been co-opted by like the alpha male, like Sigma, like he's just like me. You don't want to be like Patrick Bateman, but he's fucking funny. But like the film is supposed to be funny, but Patrick isn't trying to be funny, right? Does that make sense? I do think the film is on purpose funny. I do think that. I'm just shading all the bronze now. I heard the book is more serious. I believe so. I'm not sure they have that much overlap. The book and the film. But I've always really liked the film. It took me a long time to see it, but once I saw it, I really liked it. It's so funny. And also, Christian Bale was like 2 years old in that fucking film. If you don't know how old he was, and I tell you right now, you're not going to believe it. Christian Bale was straight up like 2 years old. Don't say it, I'll feel unaccomplished. I think he might have been older than you. Not by much. If memory serves, I think he was 24. Pretty sure he was 24. During the filming of American Psycho. Which is just disgusting. Looks like a grown-ass man. But Reese, 24 is grown-ass. No, it's not. Grown-ass is like 35. My tummy's grumbling. Hopefully it doesn't take us too long to do Lord Invocatus himself. So I am hungry. Don't say 35 is grown, I swear to God. I think it's hard to be in denial about being grown once you're up to that age. Because then what are you going to do? Don't say 40 is grown. Don't say 60 is grown. You know? Eventually you have to throw in the towel. Putting the bronzer on them. That's a fun step. It helps define the shapes. Though I think we're just about done with it. The bronzer. Anywhere obvious that I missed? I could do the chainmail, but I don't really want to. I don't want to do the teeth either. I don't think so. Okay, well that's drying. We will shade the red. Though honestly, I don't know if it needs it. The shading. Peaked at 18, it's all downhill. Oh shit. I certainly didn't peak at 18. Speak for yourselves. I'm not sure if I peaked yet. My potential is limitless. Where's my Berserker Bloodshade? Is this it? There it is. I don't even know if I want to use this. I kind of like the way the armor looks by itself already. Like, what do you guys think? Should I touch up the armor? Should I shade the armor? I kind of think it has pretty good values as is. I shaded the metallics, but I'm talking about the red here. I think it has pretty good values. Like if you look here, like on the scratches, like they're nice and defined already. I don't know if I want to change the hue. I kind of like it as this color. Yeah, on the creases, yeah, maybe I'll panel line it. Maybe I'll try panel lining it. That's a good idea, Kaz. So like here on his spine with like the overlapping. I did null oil on all the silver. So like stuff like there, it's a lot easier to see all the pieces. The silver is null oil. But I haven't shaded the armor. Like if I put some here and like try to run it where the panels meet. But try not to get it on the flat areas. In the scratches. Scratches. I like that the scratches are molded on. It makes it look a lot less pristine. This whole ribcage guy down here can use some of this. I think this will be a subtle thing, but I'll do it. If it doesn't end up looking like much when it's done, then that's okay, because that means it didn't change anything either. Shading is always hard because it's very subtle. It's hard to know what it'll look like until it's dry and you're done. So you just have to kind of go and hope that it turns out. Like where the red meets the bronze. Oh, should add some. Bro, the metal on his nose horn did not dry right. I have to put another coat. Which is hashtag annoying. Because I've already done like fucking 2 coats on that thing. Shouldn't have to put more. It's had so many. 3 coats of a metallic is kind of hashtag wild, I'll be honest. You kind of do shading and stuff like this by instinct. You kind of know where it should go once you paint enough. Though honestly, once you've been alive enough, you know what values look like innately, I think. So we will let that dry and see what happens. I think whatever difference it's going to make is going to be subtle. The speed paints dry really quick. Yeah, they do, but the shades do not. Shades take a long time to dry because they're mostly liquid. They don't have a lot of pigment in them. They're very, very thin. But speed paints are designed to dry fast as fuck. There was a couple places I was waiting for things to dry so I could paint red over them again. Like here on the back. Anywhere else that I need to get this red? I don't think so. So we will try to get that nose ring sorted. And then the mount is hashtag done? Question mark? Nose ring does not want to get, it just doesn't want to take paint. I'll let it dry again and see how it goes. Yeah, we'll call the mount done. It looks good, so we'll call that mount done. So now, Lord Invocatus. Fuck me. I guess we'll start with the saddle because that's just easiest. So he's going to be similar in color, but everything's going to be a bit brighter. His armor is going to be a brighter red, and his metallics are going to be more gold than bronze, I think. Pretty fly for a white guy? Yeah. So just like the mount, once we finish this saddle, which I probably should have been doing with the mount, we're just going to paint all of his red and then try to base coat everything else after that. The red is predominantly the color, so we want to make sure we get it done. When you first start painting, it's just figuring out how it goes. Like I know, like once I started going, I know how the mount was looking, right? But you don't really know until you start. Like I needed a reference a couple times, but then once I started blocking it in, it's like, okay, yeah, so this is how all of the pieces go. Because again, these things are designed to be painted, so it's not like they have a ton of crazy different materials and stuff on them. Like this mount is like almost entirely metallics and then like steel plates. So like I just have to decide what color each thing is and then just go for it. But you just have to figure out what's what, and that's the part that is kind of annoying at the start. Figuring out what's what. It's hard to get to the saddle though, this whole thing. I'm just gonna paint the whole thing brass, honestly. It's the saddle. It doesn't need to have multiple colors. Doesn't have to look interesting. You're not looking at the saddle. It needs to be painted. Don't get me wrong. It has to be painted. But I don't think it has to be interesting. It's a saddle. So I will just paint it all this brass color and call it that. You can barely see it. So now anyone who sees it will see that it's painted, but they won't care about it, which is exactly what you want for a detail like this. Anywhere obvious on it that I missed? Yes. And once it's dry, we'll just shade it like the rest. Okay. Lord Invocatus. He has stirrups? Fuck, those should be his bronze. I didn't even notice this whole time he had stirrups that are attached to the beast.
See? Tiny little stirrups under his feet.
So we will make them the same bronze color as the rest of the trim on the Skull Crusher. And of course it's called a Skull Crusher, you know? What else would it be called? Horsey? Perhaps. Okay, now we can start on Lord Invocatus, now that that's fucking done. Yeah, I'm liking the way that looks. Looking good, Skull Crusher. Looking good, boss. Let's do this guy now. So just like the Blood Crusher, or the Skull Crusher rather, and I'm confusing it with Blood Letters. We're gonna try to stay in the lines, but it's not a big deal if we don't. Not a big deal if we don't stay in the lines. It's also kind of hard to stay in the lines sometimes, because it's sometimes hard to tell like what's trim, what's armor. But you'll figure it out, just like I'm about to. When you're trying to stay in lines like this, sometimes it's easier to stipple over trying to actually like run your brush over the exact area. Stippling is kind of OP. But we have our nice pristine mount that we gotta be careful around when we're doing Invocatus' legs. So I am gonna do my best to be careful when I'm working around the mount. I'm about to have to go back and look at the reference again to tell what exactly is Invocatus' armor and what's not. Box art and stuff is helpful for that referencing, even if you're not following the scheme. Okay, let's look. He looks really bright right now, but we're gonna shade him the same way, so he'll dumb down. So he has he's wearing an armor crop top. You can see his back. You can see his elbows, his biceps, his neck. Okay, not so bad. Downloaded. Downloaded. Just painted that star up, but now I just got fucking red all over it. Oh well, we'll fix it later. That was pretty neat while painting the beast. I didn't get a lot of paint on him. Almost none. Which is quite epic. I thought a painting handle is just a really awkward thing to keep in frame. I'm sure you guys have noticed. He's just too big. Next time I go to Games Workshop, I'll try to remember to buy the large painting handle. It's not expensive, I just have to fucking remember to do it. He actually has less armor than a normal Space Marine does. His arms are bare. That's normal amongst the World Eaters. They cut the sleeves off their armor, so to say. They wear muscle tees, which is very funny. What a horror. I mean, I don't think the World Eaters are whores. They're pretty, not like that. At least I would say. But he is wearing a crop top, so... You know, who am I to say? I can't believe he's wearing a fucking crop top. What's going on with him? Like, look, if you look at him this way, you can see his back. Man's in a crop top. His chest piece is really weirdly shaped. I'm not really sure what exactly is an armor panel on it. Trying to get a hard to reach spot. I think I got it. You know, this is why people say, hey man, maybe you shouldn't assemble your entire model before you start painting it. And to that I say, no. This is good practice for brush control and other fun things. I also like seeing it assembled. It makes me make a happy face. So that's how it's gonna be. I don't know what's going on with this power pack. We'll have to look. Because I have no idea what's going on with that thing. It's funny, this goes on super duper saturated, then you see it dry, and it's not as saturated as you would think every time. Yeah, God forbid I don't wanna. You know? What, a man can't not wanna anymore? Wow, I'm gonna be so happy when I'm done with this son of a bitch. What a fucking complicated, annoying ass model. Good practice though, and it's fun. It's a really fun model to paint, but god, he's fucking crazy looking. Big Ham! What is up, Big Ham and the Hamsters? Is that, what are your viewers called? Well, now they're hamsters, whatever they were called before. How's painting? Good. We're painting the World Eater Champion, Lord Invocatus. He's a very complicated, crazy-looking model. I'll show you guys in just a second. I'm trying to get the back of his head. The back of his head. Okay. Oh, missed a spot. There. Big Ham's big fans. Heard that. Here's where we are on Lord Invocatus. We have his Blood Crusher done, and we just started blocking in the red of his armor. And otherwise, we're still working. He's a very complex, annoying model, but he looks really cool, and he's gonna be awesome when he's done. So we just have to get him across that finish line. I haven't seen this guy painted very often, which is interesting, because I think he's super cool. I'm wondering what it is about him. Chaos Space Marines, they're pretty popular. They have a lot of really cool models. Okay, I gotta reference the box art again to figure out what we're doing with the power pack, because I don't know what part of that is red. That part of it is red. It is that part. That part of his armor is red. What about on the back? Okay. So on the power pack, it looked like it was the sides that were red. And that was kind of it, because he has like an entire human spine on here. And that's not red. It didn't have that much red on the power pack. They must feel hella good for the spine. Get to hang out, get to ride on a big beast. Good for him. Had some red on his back too, but that's red. God, it's gonna be such a pain in the ass picking out all the trim. Like I have no idea where all of it is. We're just gonna do our best. I think the thing is, there's so much of it that as long as I get everything painted, it's gonna be really hard to tell if I miss something, you know? I think it'll be really hard to tell if I like didn't paint something. So I'm just gonna do my best, and that's really all you can do. As long as it's all painted. That's what's important. I think I have most of the red blocked in now. Looks like some of it might need a second coat. It's a bit dull. So time to go over it all again. But we can be fast and dirty with this one, because we're just trying to get a little bit more coverage. Connor's on the move. Will he visit us? Find out in about 5 seconds. Hungry stomping around? Perhaps. I'm also very hungry. I'm dying, in fact. Yummers mode engaged. Oh, he is doing something in there. What you doing in there, big dog? I wonder if he heard me. I'm streaming.
Huh?
I'm streaming.
Oh.
Just so you know, I have to tell you when you barge in here, you know?
Well, you summoned me. What the fuck do you want?
Oh, I was seeing what you were up to.
I'm so hungry.
I'm also really hungry.
What do we eat?
We just went to Costco. Eat something that we got there, buddy.
Oh shit, what should I do?
I don't know. I don't remember what you got.
Dude, those muffins aren't good, bro.
The muffins aren't
They're
good?
not good, bro.
How are they not good?
I'm not liking them, dude.
They smelled good.
Really?
Yeah, and also they're muffins. How could they not be good?
I'm not vibing with them.
What?
I'm not vibing with them today.
Well, that's unlucky.
They're not good, man.
That's unlucky.
I have a headache.
You have a headache? Yeah. What else is going on?
My legs hurt.
Yeah, my legs hurt too.
My
That's
teeth hurt.
teeth hurt. I'm not so sure about that.
When I get headaches, my teeth hurt.
Okay. Sure.
I want to make a fish. I'll put the fish in the air fryer.
There you go. Put a fish in the air fryer.
Put the fish in the air fryer. I'm gonna do it.
There you go, buddy.
What are you making?
What do you mean?
Who is that?
This is Lord Invocatus.
What if I just open hand and just slapped?
That would
Just
be a
crushed it.
disaster.
What if I
It would be a disaster. I just spent 3 hours getting this far.
Oh, it's a closet mini.
Yeah, he's not new. He's in fact ancient.
He's big. You're being a big bitch.
Yeah. Yeah. He's turning out pretty good so far, though.
No, that looks good. I want ice cream.
You want ice cream?
Holy fuck, that Costco cookie is insanity.
Yeah?
Best day of my life.
Yeah? He really likes that Costco cookie.
Oh, fuck.
Fortune cookies.
An American.
An American. Everyone thinks they're Chinese. Guys, what are we quoting? Anyone know?
Sounds frozen, bro.
You put it in the freezer, didn't you, dipshit? Of course it's frozen.
Oh, God.
Iron Man 3, let's go. Some people call me a terrorist, others a teacher. How do you make a dinner? You're asking the wrong white boy. Bro, if you're gonna make all that racket, you mind shutting my door?
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Can you shut my door, please? This is the loudest thing in the world.
Make all this dinner.
Fuck's sake.
Busy as shit.
You're busy as shit?
I'm making some breaded cod.
Some breaded cod. This is a very advanced paint technique.
Are you drawing on it with Sharpie?
Yep.
I like that.
Oh.
We should get a Costco membership.
We should-
I need the gas.
You want to get a Costco membership for the gas?
That's what people do.
Yeah, but
It's cheap as shit.
that's the only reason you want it?
I mean, the cookie.
The cookie.
Gas and a cookie?
Okay,
What
yeah.
else can an American want?
Honestly, nothing. That's the most American thing I've ever
Yeah.
heard.
Okay. I gotta turn on cable TV.
What are you gonna watch?
Oh. You want me to give you the process?
No.
Alright, so I'm going over.
Guys, he got rotisserie chicken earlier and he dropped half of it on the floor.
It looked like the Alien Romulus set.
It
was
did
all
look
sludgy
it did look like the set
it
of
was
Alien
dripping all over
Romulus.
the
It was bad.
countertop.
It was really
It was
bad.
like brown and dripping everywhere.
Yeah.
And it made the sloshy sound when it hit the
Yeah,
ground.
yeah. He got a lot of the chicken off the top, and I think he was maneuvering it to get more, or maybe to pack it up and put it away, and he dropped it on the floor. You know you can return it. Oh. Well, it was on the floor?
I can return the floor chicken that I've already, like...
They don't know that? It was half eaten.
I ate the top of it. I ate the top of it, but I didn't get the rest of it. Alright, I'm gonna watch the Ninja Warrior.
Okay.
I'll let you know how it goes out here.
Okay. Fuck's sake, I thought he'd never leave. I wouldn't have summoned him if I thought he was gonna be here for 15 minutes. Jesus. Bro's a yapper? Yeah. Isn't it fun? We get to use the Sharpie on this guy too. Then we're not going to be able to reach nearly as much. but we can get a lot done with the Sharpie. We can do a lot of the legwork with it. Goofy Lord Invocatus. I know I'm taking them in and out of frame a lot. It's really hard to get to all of this trim, so I apologize. But I gotta put them right in my eyeballs to get a lot of it. Do what you must, white boy. Okay. Like a white boy needs permission to do whatever he wants. Let's be real, though. Be a little less real. Oh, Jesus.
Why won't the air fryer turn on?
What do you mean, why won't it turn on?
Turn on.
Bro,
You used it last.
is it plugged in?
Yeah.
Press the power button.
I don't know.
Close the drawer and press the power button.
She's broken.
She's not broken.
She's good.
Yep, she turned right on, huh?
Good.
Yeah, were you trying to turn it on while it was open?
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Hi, Grant. Fuck, I could go for some dino nuggies right about now. Holy moly, I could kill for him. I think I will kill for him. I'll go out there and beat Connor to death and steal the air fryer. Didn't even need to look up to fix the problem. Why would I have to? I knew exactly what it was. So now the issue on this guy is going to be color matching this gold. Because this is a different color. This is a different Sharpie. This is the golden one and not the bronze one. So I have to try to color match this. I think I got most of the gold on him though. But I do have to color match it now, which is going to be very problematic, I think. Try and do the underside of his shoulder pads real quick. Color matching this is going to be hard. Yes sir, yes sir. It will not be easy. Is anything? Why is it everything so hard all the time? Why doesn't Games Workshop sell a color that is metallic gold Sharpie? Motherfuckers. Just have one little spot on his chest to get. And then we will call the gold trim with the Sharpie done. So here's how that looks.
Gotta stretch while my elbows and shoulders popped. Ow. Okay. So now that the gold is blocked in, he's looking a lot more complete. It's not completely blocked in, but we got a lot of it, which is good. And now we just have to clean it up
And finish it. So to try to color match this, I might try to mix a gold and silver together and see if we can't get a light gold. That was a loud pop. That's what happens when you sit with your shoulders and wrists together for 3.5 hours. Because I'm trying to get a washed out gold, so we'll see how successful I am. Huh? That's actually not far off. Still too gold. Needs more silver. I just dropped something. What did I drop? What is that? It's a keyring? From what? That's looking a little better. The top and bottom comparison. It's still pretty close to each other though. Oh, we're getting there. Let's test it on the model. We're just gonna put a little teeny dab of it somewhere and see how it looks. So like, where's a spot I couldn't reach? Like here. Honestly, it's really close. So I think we're just gonna roll with it. Once we put the shade on it, it'll unify. It's really close. So I'm just gonna roll with it because I don't have an exact color match for that Sharpie. It's good enough, and that's what matters. This is going to be the most time-consuming part, I think, of the entire paint job is going to be doing all the trim on this guy's armor. Drop the paintbrush. Even though I just did like 80% of it with the Sharpie, I think finishing it with the brush is going to take so long. And then not just that, we have to clean up the rest of him after we've gotten Sharpie and gold paint all over his red. So, strap in, every pony. Trim hell forever, literally. That's what a Chaos Space Marine army is. It is trim hell forever. Which I think is a big turnoff for the army. They have some really awesome looking models, but then you really look at them and it's like, holy shit. Doing that trim is going to take longer than doing the rest of the model. And it is true. Because you saw how quick the red got blotted in. Oh, there's a spot I missed with the red now that I'm seeing this. His inner right shin. I'll have to go and get it. Guys, is anyone following the Kanye West situation? If you are, can you fill me in? What the hell's going on with that? Is his dentist giving him nitrous, or is he like asking for the nitrous and his dentist is giving it to him? Like, I know there were some people saying that he was like mistreated by his dentist, but I think there might be a new development that like it wasn't like that. This man's whole life is a situation? I know. And the Golden Freddy profile picture, "Can I have the nitrous today?" is an all-timer. That is like one of the best images of all time. He's abusing substances? I mean, that's not anything new, but like nitrous from your dentist is like a bit like, what the hell's going on there? You know? His dentist is supplying it because he wants to get it legalized recreationally? What the fuck? Bless you! He had a big old sneeze out there. A really big sneeze, I heard it. This is a good color match. Seeing them next to each other, it's perfect. Well, it's not perfect, but it's good enough. So, yep, we made the right choice again. Wow, I really am goated. Is there anyone more goated than me? You can't name someone. You can't. And if you say you can, you're a fucking liar. You're a liar. Bootstrap Bill, you're a liar. And you will spend an eternity on this ship. Connor and I quote that guy all the time, too. Anyone quote that guy? What guy, Reese? You guys know what guy. Davy Jones. Bootstrap Bill. Pretty cool. Davy Jones is also the best character in those films, and it's not close. What's the matter? Afraid to get wet? Me and my friends, when we're at Six Flags Whitewater, and we don't want to get into the diseased pool. Also, and I know it's always brought up when Davy Jones is talked about, how come he has the best CGI ever made? I swear it peaked at Davy Jones. Come on. It peaked in Davy Jones and never, ever got better than that. And it's progressively gotten worse. He just looks real. It's insane. And he has a fucking octopus for a head, and he looks real. Also, the organ theme that he has is so awesome. The films all had good music, but that's the best track in all of them. Because again, Davy Jones is the best character in the films, and it's not close. Because who the fuck likes Will Turner or Elizabeth Swann? Jack is Jack, he's fine. But like, Davy Jones, come on. Will Turner is hot, that doesn't count. So is Elizabeth Swann. They had her in some really tight corsets in that first film. But that doesn't make her a good character. Not that she's a bad character, I just don't like her very much. I don't think she's a very good character. But what do I know? I'm white. We're renowned for having bad taste. He's coming along. I don't know what color to paint his skin. Like at all. Gotta paint his luscious locks. It's funny, hair and stuff like this is actually really hard to paint because it has so many little strands and stuff. It's easy to miss like a little nook or a cranny somewhere. God, I love Davy Jones. He's so cool. How come in one of the films he's shown to be able to teleport and then he doesn't do that again? Anyone remember that scene where Davy Jones straight up just teleports? Camera! They're looking at him through like the spyglass, and then he lowers the spyglass and he's literally in front of him. That seems like it would have been useful when he was fighting for his life. His little top knot has a little like wrap. What color do we make that? I'm kind of thinking like a burgundy. Or we make it the dark red of the armor of the Skull Crusher, so that he gets tied in just a little bit. I'm kind of liking that idea. So that's what we're doing. Dang, that boy is putting some fish in the air fryer. I can sniff it with my little schnoz. Okay, his skin. His skin. And also, fuck, he has all that bone and stuff on his backpack. I don't know what color that is. I'll have to look at the reference again. We'll avoid it for now, though, and do, like, his little chains. I haven't even touched his axe yet. We'll have to get there, too. So he has his little skulls and knickknacks. Beeping, that's the air fryer. Why set a timer when you have a perfectly good smoke alarm? You're kind of right. skin. Fuck. Dark Oath flesh. That's a bit. Crusader skin, warrior skin. I kind of want like a really pallid skin tone, but I don't know if I have a good color for that without mixing something up. And I don't even know how I begin to mix that up. So we'll just start mixing something and seeing how it goes. So we'll put some Gilliman flesh for warmth, just a little bit. And then we need like a gray or something. But it still needs to be bright enough. Fuck. Maybe we don't use skin tones. Maybe we mix something else. Maybe we mix like a white and a gray. What color is this? It needs a little bit of warmth because he's still alive. What if I put gray in that? Like a little bit of Gravelord Gray, perhaps? Any Gravelord Gray likers? Have I done it? Have I created the perfect concoction? Or should it be more gray? I do like mixing paints. I feel like an alchemist. Pretty sure the #1 Gravelord Gray stand? Yeah. It's a good color. It's a good color. Okay, well, we're going to slop this on now and find out how it goes. It's 3 parts Howling Sand, 2 parts Gravelord Gray. So, yeah. With the primer color, it should give us the intended result. But this guy isn't really human, so he's not supposed to have a normal skin color. Howling Sand is a color we haven't used before. Named after the very talented painter and army painter collaborator Dana Howell. She's famous for really liking a color, which I believe is an AK Interactive color, called Pale Sand. And when she worked with them to create the Armor Speed Paints 2, they named a color after her, Howling Sand, which is fittingly the same color as Pale Sand. Okay, now we're gonna let it dry and to see what happens. Gravelord Gray or Gray? I think it's with an E, because it's European. There it is. Now I have to look at the reference and find out what the fuck to do with his weird backpack skeleton. It says it is it's gold? If so, that makes it easy on me. It's metallic. Okay, that makes it so easy that it's metallic. Thank God. I thought I would have to like color it fucking bone colored and it would look wacky. It's metallic. Thank Christ. So it's the same color as the trim. Because now base coating this is only going to take 1 millisecond, because gold is so easy. Because it's a metallic. And metallics are not balanced. In the hobby world, these things are way overpowered. Blonde versus blonde? Wait, they're like that because they're gendered? They're gendered in English? Yeah? Wait, is blonde with an E a girl and blonde without it a man? Yup. What the... What? I'm not sure I've ever noticed that. Maybe I've been subconsciously following the rule? But I don't think so. He's making so much fucking racket out there. You done out there, big dog? Hello? I hear him fussing with something. Who knows? Who knows how it went? It's always a scary day when Connor tries something new in the kitchen. Not because he's accident prone, but because 9 times out of 10 he doesn't like whatever it is. Like, I'm not afraid he's gonna burn down the house or anything. Like, he's not an idiot. But it's like, he's just picky. So it's like, I know he'll probably go, yeah, I made that fish. It was ass. I threw it away. And, like, he's allowed to have that opinion, obviously. But, like, he thinks that about everything. We'll move on to something different now. He has a holstered pistol that I will now do the holster for. With contrast Garagax Sewer. I don't know why it's called that. But Garagax Sewer is a very good color. I really like it. It's the same color I used on the Judiciar's robe. Garagax Sewer. And it's okay to have a color like this that's not anywhere else on the model, because it's a spot color. So it's okay to use this a little bit. It adds interest. And we love interest. That's what it's all about, everybody. The skin tone turned out pretty good, actually. If you can see it best on his arm here. It's a nice gray. So, yeah. We won't have to redo it. It looks fine. Fuck it. Let's start working on the axe. Let's pick up that paintbrush. brush that I dropped at some point. Where'd it go?
Which one was it?
It was whatever one this one is. Okay. I don't think I've used that one at all today, at least. I want to go back over his belt real quick. It didn't get dark enough. So I'm swapping to a different black. I do think Black Legion might be the best black paint I've ever used. Black Legion is just such a just disgustingly powerful paint. I've never had to use more than 2 coats of it on something, and even then, that's rare that I even have to use that many. It tends to just cover everything instantly. Black Legion. So be careful with it if you ever use it. I'm base coating his pistol with it as well. You always pick the most expensive thing off the menu without fail. I mean, there's no shame in that. It's your meal. You should eat what you want, no? Painting the axe and I have to get it close as fuck to my face. I apologize. But I don't have to be that clean because we're gonna go over the axe's trim with Sharpie as is tradition. I think the spike is probably the same color as the base. I think? I don't know. This axe is hard. It's hard to decide what colors everything is. I'll just let that dry and think about the rest of it. I think I'm going to start doing some cleanup too. Like the axe haft needs a bit of cleanup, so we'll start doing that. And some of his armor needs cleanup, we'll do that too. Nova out here with expensive taste for sure. Though I don't blame you. Pete, you like those things because they're all very yummy. I like those things too, and you want to know why? Because they're very yummy. Like if I get a steak and I can afford it, it's a fillet every time. Because that's just the best one. If not, then a ribeye is usually a good choice. Personally, I find at least. But filet is always the best. How badly do you guys judge people who like their steaks like medium? Or medium well? I tend to quietly judge just about everybody I know who likes their stuff that way. I don't think less of them, but I make a judgment call, you know? Because I think it's just objectively yucky to eat your steak that way. It's too chewy. I'm sorry, I have to get them close to my face again because I am filling in mistakes with the gold, and it is very finicky. Anywhere else obvious? Okay. I need a little pink. I mean, I like all my stuff medium rare. Like all of it. Like all of my steaks are medium rare. It doesn't matter what kind, where it's at. It's got to be medium rare if I'm going to eat it. Because otherwise, it is yucky. I mean, it'll still taste fine if you have something well or well done. Or medium, but it's just very tough. And yeah, I wouldn't be afraid of eating a medium rare steak. I don't think I've eaten very many in my life and never once gotten sick from it. Back when my family was in a different income class, we used to go to a steakhouse like twice a week. And I would get a medium rare steak every time. And every time it was delicious, and I was never sick. Twice a week? Well, yeah. We were, many, many years ago, a different income class. But not for a long time. Didn't I get sick on my birthday last year from steak? That was a Brontosaurus. You guys remember? If anyone remembers that, that was not a normal steak. That was a Brontosaurus. That was not right. Have I ever made a steak myself? No, I don't have I mean, I guess you could broil it, but I prefer steaks done either I guess you could finish them on a on a skillet. Well, you brown them and then you put them in. I don't know. There are a lot of ways to do steaks. Ours is electric, so it's hard. Meat is too thick? This might come as a shock, but you get to decide how big the pieces are when you cut them down to size. It's like that one person getting responded to from the Doom Twitter account. You get to decide what buttons you press. It's not really a fan of red meat? That's fair. That's fair. You don't have to like it. I'm not going to try to convince you. I didn't like ground beef for a really long time. I still am pretty picky about my ground beef. Where'd it go? I just had it. There it is. Almost 4 hours. Time flies. I told you guys when I started, I think this might take me as long as the Redemptor, like 4 hours or something. Because remember when we did the Dreadnought? That was a long one too. Okay, now it's time to fix the red, and then we shade. I think. There are a couple things I missed though. Where's Black Templar? They released the contrast Black Templar, and everyone said, guys, this is a shit black paint. It's not very black. And they said, oh yeah, what about this? And then they released Black Legion, and it was like the blackest paint ever made. There's Black Templar. You've gotten bone bits in your ground meat? What the fuck? I don't blame you for not trusting them if that's happened. That has never happened to me. The hell? Where would you have eaten where that would have happened? Every time I bought ground turkey? Ground turkey? Interesting. Where do you shop? The ground bone store? That's wild, actually. I've never had that happen. Not that I'm buying ground meat for my personal use at home very often, but... Got metal staples in a bowl of bean once? What the fuck? Dog meat in the tamales? Where was this? Central Texas in the 60s? Man, it really was the Wild West. Let's fix up all of our little patches. I think it looks funny when he's all patched up like this. It looks like he has a bunch of like pimple patches on him, like all over his like legs and his shoulders and stuff. It looks funny. But again, it's not a big deal if you're messy or make mistakes or whatever, because you can always fix them. Some are definitely easier to fix than others, but it's never the end of the world, ever. That bald chick was right about one thing. You will never save the world. You couldn't even save a relationship with a goddamn stripper. Motherfucker, I wish I could say you die alone. But it's God's greatest joke that you can't die. Except it's on all of us. From hit movie Wolverine and Deadpool. I'm sorry if you haven't seen it yet. But I thought that was a funny monologue. Is this more hero coding? Yeah. You couldn't even save a relationship with a goddamn stripper, motherfucker. I wish I could say I hope you die alone. But it's God's greatest joke that you can't die. Except it's on all of us. Man, he was worked up. Like the part when Wolverine and Deadpool, a big sloppy kiss session. I don't think that happened. I don't think that happened. I think you might have seen a different film. Okay, well he's just about cleaned up. His head is such a weird shape, it's been really hard to paint all of it. I'm trying to get a paintbrush behind his head and it's difficult. Oh, I missed the back of his top knot. Oh, and I missed a patch spot right here. Okay. Fixed the back of his top knot, and then it's shading time, and then we're done. Well, then it's peanut butter time. The proposal. How long until you regenerate? Generate? Till you're 90. The till you're 90 is very lot less than a joke than it seems. They're making fun of it, but I think that shit's real. It just made $1 billion or whatever in 3 weeks. Like, that shit's real. Like, the joke is that Hugh Jackman's been playing Wolverine for 20 years, and now he's getting pretty old. He's getting up there, and yeah, they're gonna make him do it till he's 90, and they definitely are. It just made $1 billion in 3 weeks. Like, they're gonna keep him as Wolverine until he stops making money. They will keep offering him more and more money, so he can't say no. So this is a pro tip. Agrax Earthshade over a tan primer. So no paint, just primer and then shade. Makes very convincing wrapping. It's a nice brown color for like a wrap on an axe, for instance. It's a research tip for you. Now we gotta finish the axe up, because I forgot about it. Lamau. Motherfucker. Wish I could say I hope you die alone. Missed a spot on the bottom of his glove, the trim. Let's get that real quick. I'm glad we are far past the ugly stage on the model. It actually, like, I don't think it looks bad. And he's gonna look really good once we shade him. Sharpie time. This guy is an HQ choice for World Leaders, so if I ever wanted to play a World Leaders army, I could have him lead the force, which is cool. He's like a really strong unit. Like, he has a specific like set of like detachment rules where you like use a bunch of mounted World Leaders, like other guys on Blood Crushers, Bloodletters on Blood Crushers, and I think if he's in the army, he can let them all fly. Like, his specific detachment rules are like Blood Skull Crushers can fly, basically. Because there's also a unit of like 3 blood crushers with blood letters on them, so he can lead those. I think you can attach him to that unit. He's goated. He does his best. The best he can. As a 10,000-year-old heretic. Stay in school, kids, or you could end up as a 10,000-year-old heretic riding a demon. Unless you think that's lit, then in which case drop out. This is got a lot of trim and shit on it. This axe. Trying to make sure I hit all of it. Never be afraid to be a little bit rough with your models. Like, it's okay for me to be doing, like, scraping it, whatever. 2 steps ahead of you? Oh, shit. Now let's clean it up. The axe. And finish base coating it. Camera. Thank you. And, then we'll shade, and then he'll be done. God, we're so close to being done. Thank God. This has taken so long. But he's looking very epic, so... it's worth it, but goddamn. So, some silver parts on the axe. Parts like this thing, whatever this is. I think it might be part of the exhaust port. The exhaust port that's on this side. I already see a spot I missed with the Sharpie. It's alright, we can use the paint. Too much water. Let's try that again. I long since stopped trying to get this thing in camera all the time because I've been too locked in on making sure it's good. Like I'm like too invested to make sure this is a watchable stream. Does that make sense? Camera, please. Thank you, motherfucker. Bro, why there's so much water? Fuck off. Did I not dry this brush? I definitely did. Oh, I think my paper towel is getting too damp. I need to just flip it over. That usually doesn't happen because I rarely use it enough. But I think the paper towel is too damp, and now when I dab the brush on it, it's absorbing water instead of getting rid of it. Okay, the axe just needs that pipe. which will be black, I believe. Or maybe red. We're so close. I can almost taste it. We are so close. So close I can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions. Feel the rain on your skin. Only you can do it for you. No one else can let it in. No one else can speak the words on your lips. You know? Anyone about it? Anyone about Unwritten? And that damn shin, I never fixed it.
You see it? You see how sneaky it can be? The non-red panel on his shin. Look how sneaky it is. I've been painting specifically Invocatus for like fucking 2 hours or whatever, and I missed that one of his armor panels straight up didn't have color on it the whole time. I missed it. I'm now looking them over to make sure there wasn't anywhere else obvious. I don't think so. But that's why always keep an eye out for stuff like that. But that's why it becomes more obvious as you go. That's why I didn't notice it until just now, because he's like 90% done. So it became really obvious when there was a whole area that was still primer, because there's almost no primer left. There's a couple more places that still have primer. Do you guys know where they are? Looking at him, can you tell? Some places that still have primer. The skulls, that's one. Where else did I miss? The axe? What part of the axe? The teeth. Good. His handle? Now the handle has Agrax or shade on it. It's just going to be light colored. Heard we were singing Unwritten in here? Well, yeah, it's a banger. So we'll do the skulls real quick. Skulls are easy. They just get a once over of good old skeleton horde. I just like to make sure the eye sockets have a good amount of paint in them so they dry dark. Okay, I noticed that on one of the spiked balls, I missed the underside, so gotta get that. Which one was it? It was this one. But again, I saw that it was still primer colored because everything else around it isn't anymore. And similarly, I'm seeing another place under his backpack here. See? Primer. Some of that's his back, but this isn't. This is armor trim. See, and now that's color. Now it's got color in there. See? You can see it. Can you see? There's some more right now. In this shot right now, there's some more primer. Can you see it? Under his arms? No, that's a good guess, but that's his skin tone. It's kind of a dull gray, so it kind of looks like primer, but there is an area that is primer colored and it's not supposed to be. Piece next to silver, this? True, that is one, but that's not the one I'm thinking of. That's gonna be brass. Behind his knees? Good! And now, looking at this, I'm seeing another one. There's a little bit of armor trim right here. Behind his knees. The handle, not the handle. The handle's done. That's just the color it's gonna be. It's been shaded. There was some in here. Armor trim in there that wasn't done. But behind his knees, we must do. Behind the saddle got a lot of red on it, but it was done. I have to redo it. I have to repaint the, like, re-up the bronze. One knee. Two knee. And I also think he technically has that at the joins at his hips. So I'll try to get a hint of black up there, but it's gonna be hard. I'm not even gonna try on that one. Only on the left one is it really obvious. But there is an area I can get up there that's supposed to be gold and isn't. Okay. So now we have that icon and a little bit of the axe that I'm just going to paint black real quick. And then we shade, and then we done. I fucking hope. Find the Primer is a fun game. The Chaos models are just they're so detailed that it just takes forever because you're constantly giving them once-overs, making sure that you haven't missed anything. Like, constantly. Once-over, once-over, once-over. And it's just, you end up doing 100 over by the time you're finished. An area on the axe I'm just trying to get that's very small. Give me a moment. And then I'm fixing some of the mistakes on the axe blade. And then I have to do the teeth. Like, how have I not done the axe teeth yet? It's just little details just get lost. This one was hard because the primer was different. Yeah. Axe teeth, pretty easy to do. You just gotta make sure you go up and down them so you can get the tops and the bottoms. That's the one thing I've learned about chainsword teeth. Is you just want to give them an up and down. You usually only want to paint in one direction. I love you, Zane, but with these, because of their shape, you want to go both ways. Love the longer streams. Yeah, we're definitely popping off today. I mean, the streams are just a variable length depending on what I choose to paint. And this is one of the longest things I could have chosen, for sure. Because this model is ridiculous. But he will be one of the best models in my collection when he's done. And we're really close to that, so... I want to fix his skin. I got some red paint on his neck. So I gotta sneak some Wraithbone in there. Is that the only place of his skin that I got color on? Oh, right here. Trying to hide in the shadows, are you? No. I'm afraid you will not hide from me. While we're waiting for that to dry, I think I will... What do I paint the fucking mouth on him? What do they have that on the... box art? Here, there it is. They have it... silver.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Junji Ito down. So he has like a little grill in his mouth that has like teeth, and it says paint those silver. And I say, okay. And he also has like a grill on his chest plate that I'm gonna paint silver just so it's not all gold. The difference in color there is subtle, but it's there. And that's what matters. Okay, let's do that icon. It's gonna take 1 second. It was that one bronze color we used on the chainmail. I'm gonna put it on the icon on his belt. He has a grill in his mouth? Like grills? No, like a grill like on a sewer grate. Or like a, it's like a circle with lines, multiple lines through it. That run vertically. He has one on his chest too. It's just the one on his mouth is like got teeth. Like on his chest where his Iron Man power source would be. Come on, camera, you can do it. There. It's like that, but on his mouth it's like got teeth, see? It's funny, when you get that close, you forget that he's this big. My thumb is taller than him. You really do forget how small they are. Just fixing some of the red on his face. I'd missed some parts. And then I think I'm gonna do his eyes. And then we're shading, and then we're done. Well, and then we're peanut butter. Shade, peanut butter, done. Because I'm not seeing anywhere obvious that I missed. Ah, I see. The stirrups got red all over them, and the saddle. So we gotta redo those before we do anything else, so I don't forget. The end I can show them next to the other big guys, like from the Tyranids? Yeah, and remember how quick those guys took in comparison, because they're just so low on detail? Well, it's not that low on detail. They're low in complexity, because they're They're organic. You know, there's only so much doodads a fucking bug can have. But this guy is like a demon worshipping thing. I don't even know. He's not well. So I gotta fix the stirrups and the saddle. Awesome. That's awesome. I'm so happy to go back to the saddle. Especially now that he's all completely painted. That is like so fun for me to go back to the saddle. That is like right next to all of his very precariously painted parts. Awesome. That's gonna be awesome. I miss some gold trim. Thank you, stirrups. In this shot, can you see where I missed? Kneecap? Good guess, but no. It might be better from this angle. It's hard to see. His knee? No, the knee is going to get color in it, so I left that blank on purpose. Well, rather, it's going to get oxide. His wrist? No. His skin color just looks like the primer. The front edge of the ankle piece. Yeah! I believe you're talking about this. Right there. There's no gold. Now it makes me want to check the other one. Did I get that one? I did. So I just didn't get this one. Ta-da. Thought that was his knee? Nope. It is not. Okay, back to the saddle. There's a color difference on his wrist and arm. What? Huh? Oh. Are you talking maybe underneath the shoulder pad? Because I am not trying to get under there, I'll be honest. If you're talking about under there, I'm not caring about in there. Oh. The camera didn't want to focus on it. It was so in there. Yeah, I'm not getting under there. That's not that important. I'll be honest. He's never going to be inverted. And if he is, and they go, hey man, you didn't do underneath his shoulder pad. I'll punch them in the teeth. Such violence? How else do you respond to someone saying you didn't paint underneath the shoulder pad on this? They ignore the rest of it and say, hey man, I think you missed a spot right here. Yes?
Oh my goodness, you would not believe what I'm about to play right now.
What are you about to play right now? Overwatch 2? Can you go on my computer and start the download? I forgot to.
We got the boys.
We got the boys and we're all playing Overwatch 2?
We got the boys. Might last 5 minutes, but we got the boys.
That's so fucking awesome. Wow, Overwatch 2. This guy harbors great and terrible violence in his heart. True. The boys are presumably Doc.
It's just me, Tanner, and
Me.
Lando.
Oh, you, Tanner, and Lando. Heard. I meant to start the download earlier and I forgot. Yeah, Landon uttered the words, guys, I'm kind of feeling like we should go back to Overwatch 2. And our fates were sealed. Time to grind to Silver 3, yes. Eyeball time. Okay, guys, what color are his eyeballs? How about his neck? It's painted, I promise. His skin is just a dull tan gray, so it looks like the primer. Their eyes. Is what's her name out yet? I think she's out next week. Juno. I know, she's out next week. His eyeballs are blue? No, they're not blue. Chaos Space Marines, specifically World Eaters, traditionally have a specific color eyeball. What color do you think it is based on the rest of him? The eyes traditionally have a nice contrasting, complementing color. So white helmets get red, blue get red, yellow get blue or red, green. Good one, Nick. It's green. Do we have peanut butter? Unless you threw it away, we should. You buy peanut butter every other day. Alrighty, he's got green dabbed in his eye sockets. It looks really dark, but it'll dry. And then we'll brighten it up and give him an even lighter green. Actually, this green might be good enough, now that I'm wicking some of it away. It's pretty bright. We'll see when it dries. He can eat the model peanut butter? Maybe. See? Green. Green. Because green look good with all the red. God doesn't want to eat peanut butter sandwiches without jelly? Yeah. That's what he does. That is what he does. Shading time. Where's our Berserker Bloodshade? Berserker, Bloodshade. Where the fuck? There's Bloodshade. Jelly yuck? What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Is this real life? So the idea is to leave a lot of the flat areas unshaded and then get this in the recessed areas. That's the idea. So creases get shaded. Panel lines get shaded. So like if we're like doing this shin plate, you want to try to like run it like along the edge, but then leave the center normal colored, so it's nice variance. So close to being done. Please, God. Please, God. Are my labors finished? You don't like chunky jam? I'm with you on that, but I like jelly. Like, I like the flavor of jelly. I just like jelly and not jam. I don't need fruit chunks in that shit, though. Just give me the sugary goodness. I'm trying to go fast, but not too. I'm not rushing, but I am trying to. Because I'm getting to the point where I have to eat. I'm so hungry. But I was having too much fun. When I saw how good the Blood Crusher, or the Skull Crusher came out, I knew I had to finish this because I was really happy with it. So I knew that it had to be done. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. On earth as it is in heaven. Amen. Sometimes I wish I had stayed religious. I think I'd be married. Then that might be a bad thing. There was a whole area I missed that I noticed while I was doing this. I'd be less cool, maybe. I'd be tied down with 3 kids? Hopefully not fucking 3. Christ. But I wonder what my life would be like sometimes if I'd done that and stayed. Okay, now to shade the armor. And then he is done. Me in a few years, hopefully, you're mentally ill. Who'd tell Connor how to work the air fryer? He'd call me. He'd call me on the phone. You call me on my cell phone. Wait, he's canceled. I can't sing his stuff anymore. Not that I ever really sing his stuff, but he's no more. 1 to 2 is enough for me? Yeah, I agree with that statement. Ideally, honestly, I know I'm biased, but I'd like to have twins. It just seems like the most ideal way to have 2 children. They're not gonna fucking hate each other. There's no annoying, like, age gap that's gonna cause contention, like, forever. It seems kind of goated to me. Twins run in families? Yeah, but they run on the mom's side. Male twins have nothing to do with creating more twins, because it's all in a woman, the thing that creates a twin. Interesting. Yeah, well, it's because twins are formed by they're either a fluke, which is identical twins, or you're genetically predisposed to release more than 1 egg per cycle, and that's how you get fraternal twins. And so that's, if twins are in your family and you're a woman, then you should probably maybe expect some. But if you're a man, and you're a twin, it has nothing. You can't create twins. It has nothing to do with you. But all I know is most siblings that have an age gap, if they aren't currently problematic with each other, they used to be. And it's like, Connor and I were like never bad like that. We never had a rocky relationship. And I don't know any twins who have. I'm sure they're out there, but I've not met any. I am sure they're out there. Come on, camera. Motherfucker. Piece of shit. Motherfucker, I hate you. Giving him the bronzer. It's okay if I get a little bit of this on the red armor, honestly. It's not going to change its tone very much. If I didn't say so, this is Reichland Flesh Shade. It's really good to make metallics look warmer. It's meant, obviously, for flesh, but it adds a lot of warm tones, so it's good on metallics if you want them to be a little bit less cold. So it's really good on our metallics here, because they ended up very cold and washed out, and now they won't be. Anywhere that I missed. I got both sides of the axe. Looks like I missed right here. I got both of his shoulders. Oh, I didn't get the front side of the backpack. Like, Landon has a sibling, and their relationship is good now, but, you know, Landon's gone on record saying, I used to beat the shit out of that kid, you know? Because that's just what an older brother does. There's, like, a dominance hierarchy that, like, kind of isn't applicable to twins at all. There's an area I missed. There's a pipe that I didn't get one of the sides of. Yeah, I just can't see Connor and I ever making decisions that would separate us, like, permanently like that. I always feel bad when siblings have done so. Where the handles are, I'm just painting them black because they didn't want to keep their metallic paint on. So Connor and I fought, like, physically, like any, like, 13-year-old boys would fight, but it would never be like, we weren't, it was always over something really stupid and we'd be over it, like, instantly. There was never any, like, long-seated dislike between us because, again, I just don't think that's how most twins operate. There's just no hierarchy to get angry over. Alrighty. Well, I'm gonna give him one more once-over to make sure I didn't miss anywhere, and then I'll say he's done. Oh, I know what I missed. I didn't shade the saddle. It doesn't need to be that, what is it, comprehensive of a shade on the saddle, but... Oh, you know what else I wanted to do and didn't? I wanted to add the oxide paint. To him. Okay, we'll just do a little bit of a few spots. Yeah, see, there's always baggage with siblings, and it's not that I'm shaming you guys for that, it's normal, but, like, twins don't have shit like that. And at least all the pairs that I've ever met personally don't. We're gonna get the skull on his knee with this. We're gonna get some spots like here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and here. Again, I'm just being random. I'm being haha random with this, because that's the way that you make it look authentic. I'm not going overboard, just a couple spots per panel, if that. And then I'm not going to fuss with it, I'm just going to let it dry however it dries, and then that'll be it. But he's not pristine, he's a little rusty. Even if he is Lord Invocatus.
And I'm not trying to get like super uniform coverage on all of it. We got some variation. Keanu, thank you for the raid. What's up? We're just finishing up here, so you got here at a good time. You got to see it done. Nope, it's not done. Fucking idiot. I didn't put Nuln Oil on the chains. I didn't put the Nuln Oil on the chains, and I got Nuln Oil on my thumb. Yuck. I was like, those guys sure do look shiny. Yeah, idiot. He didn't put Nuln Oil on any of the silver. On Invocatus. Which means his axe needs it too. I'm so hungry, I'm gonna die. Has anyone ever been this hungry? Has anyone's tummy hurt this much? I'm not sure. But if anyone has ever suffered this much, I am the man. Yom Kippur, not everybody's Jewish. I'm sorry. Lando probably has. I don't know. Is there anywhere obvious that I've missed? I don't think so. I see it. No way I have to go for this. Fuck. Fuck. Guess where I missed? Just name a part of the body that's funny that I missed. Name it right now. Wiener? Nice. That's what I missed. I missed his cod piece. So I gotta sneak baby brush in there and try to get it. Oh, fuck, this is so stupid. How does it look? Better than it did, and I just only got a little bit of red on the saddle that I can clean up in 1 milli. Let's do it. Let's clean it up in 1 milli. I forgot, son of a biscuit, man. I forgot to put the Reichland flesh shade on this. All these little things just add up. They add up. They add up. I've been cleaning it, quote unquote, for fucking 15 minutes. No, 30 minutes. You will never save the world. You couldn't even save a relationship with a goddamn stripper, motherfucker. Wolverine's so cool. I'm glad that they made him cool. Where's my Rune Lord Brass? There it is. Happy 5-hour stream to all those who celebrate. Fuck me. God, that's brutal. Okay. Peanut butter time, and then he's done. Peanut butter time, and then he's done. Peanut butter time, and then he's done. Oh, fuck. Hate the movie because you can't stop saying Uzi time, baby. What's wrong? I mean, what's wrong with that? Me and the boys have been singing Bye 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 for a week. We all want to learn the dance. In our darkest moments, we all agree that we should learn the dance.
would be so funny. Peanut butter time. You guys already know how it is. One bite, everybody knows the rules. Gotta be careful. Only an idiot would get peanut butter all over his freshly painted model, though. I say, as I came really close just a second ago to doing so. I gotta swap to a smaller brush to get into the nooks and crannies. Thank you, peanut butter brush. There's like a crater or something, like a gap in the rocks that I'm trying to get in. I'm trying to fill the gaps underneath the base because it's not sitting completely flat, the rocks. So I'm trying to fill them a little bit with peanut, a little butter, little peanut butter. Just add a little bit more on the flat areas for interest. It'll dry a bit uneven. Just kind of, and wonder how much a dog pool was CGI. I don't know. And now I be careful and I wipe my hands with any peanut butter. And then we put the lid back on. No, I assumed the tongue was real for sure. I bet you the dog's just like that. Voted the ugliest dog in the UK? Holy moly. She got roasted. I mean, it's not my type of dog, but I know somebody finds her beautiful. She's real to me. Your feelings for her are not real.
Okay, Darth Vader. If you say so, buddy.
If I was Starkiller, I would simply be better. Wonder if she's missing teeth. There's no way she's not. The way that tongue flops out. I hope they gave her doggy mints before she licked all over his face. Do you think Chris Evans ad-libbed his lines? You know the one. I also like to be looked on my face by dogs, but I think that's because I'm white. It's a very white person thing. I'm not really sure what it is culturally about us, but we all like don't mind getting licked on our faces by dogs. $10-4, cracker. Yeah. Grass tough time. Is it a white person thing? All I know is that at least in America, like African American culture, generally they don't like that. And I've met Latinos who don't like it either. A 5-hour Andy over here? Yeah, we had a big boy to paint today, so it had to be done. I ordered more of these tufts from Gamergrass on their website. Holy shit, I didn't know they were based out of the UK. I placed the order, and I said, wait, what the fuck? Why is this so expensive? And the shipping was $16. It's because it's going from the fucking UK. I got cooked on that. Because it was like $20 for the 2-pack of tufts, and it was like, oh, that's like 300 tufts. I'll not go through those in a while. That's a really good deal. And then I went and checked the receipt, and it said it was $40. And I was like, wait, what? It was shipping. The green ones. Can't imagine a dog licking your face. You? Are you being real? Are you being real right now? We seem to have evidence to suggest it is in fact a white people thing. I'm telling you, at least in America, it is a very white people thing. Most families of color that I've spent time with that have dogs typically don't let their dogs on the couches, and they never let the dog lick their face, ever. And like, that's fine, they're allowed to, it's their dog. But like, bro, I need that dog to give me a kiss. He loves me and I love him too. Give me a kiss, big dog. I mean, my whole thing is like, I know where the dog's been. So like, I'm not gonna, oh, he licks his butt. Okay. You ever see that image of how much shit comes out of a toilet when you flush it? You ain't clean. That dog's probably cleaner than you are. Cats too. Cats lick their asshole. That's alright. I still let Boba and Pickles lick my hand when they want to. Alrighty. He looks fire. We're done. We did it. He looks awesome. That took so fucking long. But he looks really good. He looks really good. That's epic. His skin is supposed to be gray. It's alright. I didn't forget it. He has gray pallid skin because he's a 10,000-year-old demon. And that's a closet mini right there. Lord Invocatus upon getting pulled out of the closet. You know how long I've been waiting for this? Whew, about to make a name for myself, yeah. Holy moly, that took so fucking long. For reference, where did I put the other World Eaters? Didn't I pull some World Eaters out here? What did I do with them? Anyone? Where'd they go? You guys remember? I pulled the World Eaters out to look at? I don't see them on my desk. Where? What? I just got this one out of the cabinet. What? Where did the other ones go? I don't... Oh. There they are. So, here he is, with his battle brothers, for a comparison. These guys, were painted over a year ago. But they look good, they do. But they're different than he is, you know? He's got a lot more saturation, a lot more contrast going with him. If I paint more World Eaters, they'll look more like him than like these old ones. Gemini Paints. Welcome, welcome. I hope with a name like that, you were also painting. And I hope your session was as good as mine, because mine's ended up very epic. But these other World Eaters need to get rebased, because he's got a concrete base to match the other ones. But when I paint the rest of them, they're going to look like Invocatus. And it's alright that they're a little bit inconsistent, that they're a little different. I think I used Flesh Tearers. I think what it is like this guy. He has the same recipe as the mount, which is why he's dark. You can see him next to each other. I don't think his bronze has been shaded either. Hope I had a good stream. I did. I painted Invocatus today. We did this today in our 5-hour stream, which I think was pretty good pace for me. I think he's a really big, complex model, and I think 5 hours is a pretty good amount of time to finish him. I think he looks at... I missed a spot. Looking at this angle, where did I miss? I'll give you all a second. The shoulder edge! Yeah, it's a quick fix. Isn't that hilarious? You spent 5 hours on a model and never noticed that you didn't paint the edge of his shoulder, the inside edge? 5 hours. Never painted it. I painted the outside edge of the other shoulder, too. See? All better. All better. Okay, well, I guess that's it, everybody. Guess that's it. We got Lord Invocatus done. He can go sit with Be'lakor and look epic. This was such a complex mini. Jesus Christ. Like, this... this orc, I think, might have taken me 40 minutes. He just has not a lot going on. And he looks good, but, like, Chaos models just have too much happening. Go enjoy some floor chicken. Oh, yummy. Yummy in my tummy. Okay, well, I guess I'll figure out who we're rating. You're welcome for all the closet bitching and whining. I'll slit your throat. Easily. Okay. And now we are here. Who are we raiding? You want to raid your Oomphy? Another one of your Oomphies? Gotta fix my keyboard. Cringy? Clover Inari, is that how you spell it? Liminal Lark is on? Liminal Lark. He won't know who I am. Well, he doesn't need my help. Bye, Bloody Rusty Studio. Thanks for stopping by. Clover Inari. Okay. Go see Myosk's Oomphy. Be nice. Bye everybody. Thanks for stopping by. It was fun. I'm happy, really proud of that one. That one turned out really good. Bye. Bye. Bye everybody. Bye. Going to the screen now. Bob viewers.